Chapter 1666. The child who used to only know how to shout had now grown up. He had long understood what that scene from more than 10 years ago represented. His grandfather, who was sleeping soundly in the corner of the street, had actually died. At that time, the lonely and ignorant child didn't understand at all. Now that he thought about it, he felt sad, fortunate, and grateful. If he hadn't met that gray-haired youth with a face full of tears that day, the young child might have already starved to death or frozen to death by the roadside for many years. Chu Feng became more and more peaceful. Although his heart was wounded and he had been stabbed until it bled profusely, he had already adapted to it after so many years of recuperation and adjustment. Moreover, his eyes became brighter and brighter. There seemed to be a flame burning in the bottom of his heart. It shone through his eyes and wanted to burn the heavens. That was his unyielding fighting spirit and the surging light of his soul. It burned fiercely and became more and more dazzling and dazzling. This was also the vigorous and majestic fighting spirit that had been nurtured during the destruction of his heart and the fall of the great world. Although he was silent, he was ready to set off at any time. The child of the past, Chu Kong, felt that his foster father was more and more different. There seemed to be thunder and lightning in his body, waiting to burst out one day. Back then, Chu Feng had adopted him with tears in his eyes. He wasn't old, but his heart had already experienced the vicissitudes of life. Even Xiao Tong could feel his sorrow. During these years, Chu Kong discovered that his foster father's gaze became more and more peaceful. Occasionally, a beam of light would flash through the depths of his eyes like lightning. He realized that his foster father had many stories in the past. He had been hurt and tired. Now, he was recovering and awakening the powerful conviction in his heart. Good child. Chu Feng was very happy to have met such a child. Xiao Tong used to be kind, weak, timid, and sensitive. He could sense his mood and state of mind from a very young age. The reason he could change was largely related to the mute boy who only knew how to shout. He saw him as his own son and made up for a period of regret in his life. He experienced the affection and emotion that only a father and son could have. Therefore, his cold heart and dispirited spirit constantly changed because he didn't want a child to be infected by his gloomy mood. He had to smile, be calm, and be sunny. He hoped that Xiao Tong, who followed him, could grow up healthy and happy. Chu Feng didn't hold back and treated him as his own son. He dispelled the gloominess and took care of him until he grew up. This was the spirit extinction era, which was even more terrifying than the age of chaos. It cut off all the cultivators' future. Very few could cultivate. Even if they could barely enter the path, they would only be low-level evolvers. Chu Feng to nurture Chu Kong. Although he couldn't advance by leaps and bounds due to the limitations of the great world, he was still able to set him on a solid to walk. But Chu Feng sighed softly. Even if he did his utmost to pave the way, Chu Kong couldn't step into the realm of immortality in his current state. This world wasn't suitable for evolution at all. It cut off everyone's prospects. Even if it was Chu Feng himself, he still wasn't a mortal immortal. In this era of extreme spirits, if he couldn't cross that heavenly moat with all his might, he would eventually return to the earth. This was the ruined era, which was even more terrifying than the age of chaos. Nowadays, all paths were cut off. After the battle that year, the Tao collapsed and order was torn apart. 3 supreme beings even used the heavens will blade to sever fate and bury the immortal king. The remnant blade marks were still rippling. Even after many eras had passed, it might still be affected. Chu Feng would sometimes sigh. Even if he had a method to help Chu Kong tread on this path, the world was incomplete. The laws didn't exist, and the spiritual energy was dried up. Everything was in ruins. Chu Kong couldn't find the path ahead even if he used all his strength. At most, he could only live for 1,000 or 2,000 years. In the past, this was unimaginable. Many evolvers who weren't that strong had a lifespan of several thousand years. Those with profound strength could easily live for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the old monsters who survived from the prehistoric era. Their lifespans were too long. Chu Kong was quite open-minded. Although he was young, he was very open-minded. In his own words, he was a little mute beggar who would starve to death by the roadside. To be able to live well and successfully grow up to be an adult, he was far luckier than most people. Moreover, he had never thought about immortality. Chu Feng could only nod silently. This was no longer the era he was in. What else could he ask for in this devoid of spirits? Moreover, everyone's state of mind was different. In recent years, Chu Feng discovered a terrifying fact. In the passage of time, without a sound, the legends of the heroic spirits of the past had dimmed, blurred, and finally obliterated. Take Chu Kong as an example. This was a young evolver that Chu Feng had painstakingly nurtured. It was extremely rare in this world of ruins. Among his peers there was probably no one like him. However, he couldn't remember the names of his predecessors. It should be known that when he was very young, Chu Feng had begun to tell him stories and myths again and again. He had told him about those inspiring and moving people. When he was young, Chu Kong used to be very fascinated. Every time, he would pester him, wanting him to talk all night long about those heroes, the past of those fallen heroes, all of them a few times. However, with the passage of time, the heroic past events that Xiao Tong could recite from his childhood were gradually forgotten by him. When he was growing up, Chu Feng had tried to tell him those true stories many times. Although he could quickly attract Chu Kang's attention and make him listen with great interest, it wouldn't take long before he would still unknowingly forget about it. Now Chu Kang had grown up. In the spirit extinction era, he was already a rare, extraordinary evolver. However, those people, those heroes that really existed in history, could only stay in his mind for a short while. When Chu Feng finished talking, those memories would quickly disappear from Chu Kang's mind. In recent years, even Chu Feng himself felt a bit unfamiliar with some of the glorious figures of the past. This horrified him. How could he forget those people? One night, he carried a jar of wine and walked alone between the broken mountains and rivers. He recalled the heroes of the past and told himself that he would never forget them. In the end, even though those figures in his heart became a bit dimmer, he still preserved those scenes. Those people and matters that made him sad were forever hidden in the bottom of his heart. He knew that it was related to the stone jar. If it wasn't on his body, perhaps he would also forget everything. The terrifying vile earth, the terrifying progenitor, immortal Emperor Wu Qing's sword of heaven's will, they buried the world. What was destroyed was not only the mountains and rivers, but also the brilliance in people's hearts. They were all buried in the past, erasing the tragic scenes of the past and erasing the last traces left behind by those inspiring and moving people. In the following years, Chu Feng was convinced that everyone in the world had forgotten about those who had once protected the mountains, rivers, and starry skies. They had forgotten that there had once been a group of figures who had charged into the sky and turned into blood and light. The entire world was boundless, and no one remembered them. There was no need to think too much. Even though Chu Feng couldn't leave this broken world, he could guess that it was the same in other worlds with living beings. Those people that made people cry just thinking about them, those heroic spirits, had been completely forgotten by the world. They disappeared from the history and were completely erased. On this day, Chu Feng was incomparably sad. He brought wine and went alone to the ruins to pay his respects. At the same time, he thought about the day when the world was shattered and all the heroic spirits fell. On the battlefield there was a mournful voice. After 1,000 years, who will write down the heroic spirits' achievements? I'm afraid that after 1,000 years, the autumn wind will sweep away 1,000 hills and only ruins will be left. The virtuous sages will leave no trace in this world, no one will remember them. Before 1,000 years had passed, there was no trace of them in this world. Chu Feng had the urge to cry. On this day, he sat alone among the ruins and looked up at the sky. He sat on the rubble and didn't move for a long time. Chu Kong was married. She was a bright and intelligent girl in a small city. In fact, they had known each other for a long time. They often came in contact when they were young. In the early years, Chu Feng had begun to teach this girl the method of evolution. He had observed her and approved of her character. He hoped that she would be able to accompany Chu Kong for a long time in the future. Time flew and more than 100 years had passed. Chu Feng's gray hair had completely turned gray. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. On the contrary, judging from the color of his hair, he seemed to have become younger. Chu Kong and his wife advanced steadily on the path of cultivation. However, they were born in the wrong era. With Chu Feng's help, although the path wasn't cut off, they couldn't see the other shore of light. They knew that they were just losers in the mortal world and would die in the end. However, they had no regrets. They had many children and grandchildren. In this era, they had far surpassed ordinary people and even surpassed countless evolvers. Chu Feng hadn't reached the level of the legendary mortal immortal. He couldn't tear apart this world, which meant that he couldn't leave this world. He couldn't even go to his old place to take a look. He was sure that he had never been to this world. In the final battle, the Empress took action and sent a few people away. It was an unpredictable path. Chu Feng still didn't know what kind of world it was. Obviously, the Empress took advantage of the time when the first ancestor retreated to the highland to create a path of survival. She couldn't predict where it would end. All these years, Chu Feng watched Chu Kong grow up. He began to leave the small town frequently, and the time he spent there was getting longer and longer. He walked among the mountains and rivers, and searched among the ruins. He wanted to find more traces of the past, and he was also comprehending his own path. He would appear in the cities with living creatures from time to time, and he would comprehend all kinds of reality and vividness in the mortal world. 1,000 years later, Chu Kang's wife grew old and couldn't hold on anymore. In this era, she was already a rare person with a long lifespan. In her last moments, she was very reluctant and held onto Chu Kang's hand. The once bright and intelligent girl now had a head full of white hair. She looked very old and her face was full of wrinkles. Chu Kong held onto her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'll be with you soon." They had a deep relationship. There was no fear in the face of death, only reluctance. They had made a promise to be buried together after death. They were also husband and wife in the underworld and wouldn't be separated. "No, you'll come later." The once young girl was now an old woman who was beyond recognition. Her muddy old eyes were filled with tears and her gaze became gentle. She told him not to rush and not to hurry. She didn't allow him to meet her in advance. Chu Feng came. When he saw this scene, his heart was moved again. This was the separation of life and death in the mortal world. In fact, there were some similarities with the separation of life and death in his generation. They were both humans' nature. One was the ego, while the other was extremely tragic. It was suffocating and made his emotions fluctuate. After 1,000 years, Chu Feng's gray hair turned black. He seemed to be in a better state. In the end, Chu Feng slit his wrist and used his own blood as medicine to prolong Chu Kang's wife's life. The effects were astonishing. In this era where the world was completely devoid of life, the medicinal properties of all medicinal herbs had deteriorated. His blood was already the most precious great medicine. Chu Kang's wife survived and even became much younger. Chu Feng also prepared medicinal blood for the old Chu Kong. However, he hesitated and only drank a little before kneeling in front of Chu Feng. He kowtowed and said, "Father, I don't have any great ambitions. I never thought about immortality. Being able to meet you is the greatest fortune of my life." He had been kind since he was young and knew how to be grateful. However, he realized that there was nothing he could do to repay Chu Feng. It seemed that the only thing he could do was to always be by his father's side. However, he knew that he couldn't go on for long. In the end, he had to accompany his wife and leave this world. Chu Feng nodded. He didn't force her to stay because he couldn't do it himself. In this era, even he had to fight for it. He had to use all his strength to have the chance to become immortal. He had to go through a death tribulation. He couldn't let Chu Kong, who had already made up his mind, accompany him on his journey. In reality, he couldn't help anyone change their fate at his current stage. After another 800 years, Chu Kong and his wife finally reached the end of their lives. On the last day, Chu Feng rushed back to send them off. They struggled to get up and wanted to kneel down. However, they were immediately stopped. On this day, the two of them peacefully left the world with smiles on their faces. Chu Feng was sad. In this era, the two of them were already the most important people to him. They were seen as his own children. He personally buried the two of them in the cemetery that he had chosen. He stared at them for a long time and didn't want to leave. He didn't want to involve his family in the mortal world. However, he couldn't avoid it. He just wanted to accompany his children for the rest of their lives and respect their choices. In the end, he still had to face this sad scene and watch his two children slowly die of old age in the years. Although he didn't want to face it like this, it was naturally in line with the journey of the path of celestial inquiry in the mortal world. Deliberate failure was inevitable. Sincere success was inevitable. In this ruined world, there was no spiritual essence to absorb, and the essence of heaven and earth was thin. Only by crossing and comprehending in this world of mortals could one achieve the strongest body. Using a once ruined heart to contain an inextinguishable belief, like the formation of pearls in a shell, the entanglement of flesh and sand, dripping with blood, only then could one hone the strongest will, and only then could one surpass other immortal realm evolvers of the Tao realm. The last of his loved ones passed away. The world was vast and he was alone. Chu Feng sighed. He really couldn't see his peers anymore. Chu Kong had many descendants. However, after many generations, they didn't know Chu Feng. Chu Feng also didn't want to have too much interaction with those young faces. In this era, giving one's sincerity would ultimately lead to sadness. After sending his loved ones away once, he didn't want to experience it a second time. Afterwards, Chu Feng completely left this small city, heading into the boundless depths of the great earth. He passed by countries of different races one after another, traversing endless mountains and rivers. During this process, Chu Feng never used the seed left in the stone container. Even if he found rare strange earth, he would only store it and not try to let the seed germinate. The struggle in the mortal world had only just begun. He had to resolutely continue, rely on his own strength to break through the shackles and become a mortal immortal. As for the seed, it wasn't that he gave up, but rather that he would wait until he broke through on his own before experiencing the pollen path. He wanted to see if he could go a step further and make up for his shortcomings in the same cultivation realm, or even improve himself. It was because he wanted the most powerful Tao fruit. His enemies were too powerful. If he couldn't advance to the peak of every cultivation realm, then his cultivation would be meaningless. The path ahead was terrifying. The ancestors in the vile earth gave him an endless pressure. Even Huang and Yi died in battle, so how was he supposed to fight a decisive battle alone? At this moment, he still didn't have any methods to kill the ancestors. He could only be down to earth and steadily advance, walking the most powerful path. No matter which evolutionary system it was, they couldn't avoid the mortal immortal. This was a node he had to pass through, so he put down the seed. So much so that he was already trying to figure out his own path. Anyone who wanted to reach the peak and become truly unrivaled under the heavens had to have their own unique path. Those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die. This was a warning from some of the deceased heroic spirits. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and Chu Feng felt that it was indeed very reasonable and priceless. No matter how great one's talents were, if one couldn't walk their own path, they would just be clumsily imitating others and wouldn't be able to reach the peak. Only one could understand what was most suitable for oneself. One's own comprehension, one's own spiritual path at the critical juncture, that was the most powerful. Learning the methods of the predecessors and reading the scriptures of the sages was an accumulation, the first step on the path. In the end, one must have their own path. During these years, in order to walk the most powerful path, Chu Feng had always been fumbling forward. He had all kinds of methods for the pollen path. In addition, Yao Yao had also passed on the Empress's scriptures to him. This was a priceless treasure that could be comprehended and used as a reference to perfect his own path later on. When he thought of Yao Yao, even though many years had passed, he still felt a wave of suffocation in his heart. He was dejected. What a pity, what a pity! It was such a woman who illuminated the world. If she was given time to grow, it was simply impossible to predict what domain she would reach. Her talent was too astonishing and there was no upper limit. Actually, I already have a direction, Chu Feng said softly. During these years, he had more or less determined the path he wanted to walk. But at the present stage, it was still mainly about accumulation. It wasn't time to completely set foot on his own path. All of this would have to wait until he became a mortal immortal before he could study it in depth. Accumulation, unceasingly solidifying the mortal path, studying all kinds of scriptures. Before forging his own path in the future, he would first build the most solid foundation. When Chu Feng was close to 10,000 years old, his black hair had completely turned white. He stroked his snow-like hair in silence. He was gradually aging in this era of extreme spirit. He still hadn't become an immortal. If he went on like this, he would inevitably experience the mortal death tribulation recorded by the predecessors. He didn't want to avoid it and he couldn't. Back then, although I used the help of the most valuable treasure of time to cultivate and lost some of my lifespan, in that era, I survived from the peak of my vitality. Compared to the present world, the loss of lifespan isn't that much. After all, in that era, many of the stronger cultivators could easily live for millions of years. Chu Feng deduced that according to the state of his body, he could live for more than 10,000 years in this era of extreme spirits. At the very least, he could live for more than 1,000 years. If he was a bit more optimistic, he might have a lifespan of several thousand years. There were many scriptures left by predecessors on the pollen path of evolution, and there was even a path that the Empress had walked on. Her invincible brilliance seemed to pass through time and space. Chu Feng studied and began to prepare for the mortal death tribulation. He firmly believed that he could succeed. At the end of this path, he would live out a new life before dying of old age. Several thousand years later, the blood in Chu Feng's entire body was dim. His body had aged extremely seriously and was almost about to pass away in a sitting posture. However, there was a ball of undying light in his body. That was a mass of blood essence. At first, it was gentle, but in the end, it became increasingly resplendent. This was the first mortal death tribulation he had experienced. He had long since boldly tried to explore and step on his own path and method. With his body as the mountains and rivers, he carved a domain and nurtured his blood medicine. His aged body became the mountains and rivers. In his early years, he had specially cut off a mass of blood essence and nurtured it in the domain of his body. Now, the fragrance of medicine assailed his nostrils and the radiance of life blossomed. Bang! In the end, Chu Feng's body shattered and disintegrated. However, a vigorous vitality surged amidst his mangled flesh and blood. His flesh and blood were reconstructed, and his body, which was full of vitality, reassembled itself. He glowed with a new aura, and powerful new energy surged toward his limbs and bones. Chu Feng came back to life. His thick black hair hung loosely behind him, and his sturdy flesh that seemed to be forged from immortal gold flickered with a sparkling luster. He was filled with astonishing power. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were unprecedentedly abundant and powerful. "I've lived out a second life," Chu Feng muttered to himself. He was very clear about his own body's condition after verifying it with the records in the ancient book. He was very powerful and had succeeded in the first step, but he hadn't succeeded in becoming an immortal. During the spirit extinction era, he had only lived out another life and wasn't truly immortal in the truest sense. In the following years, Chu Feng analyzed all kinds of evolution scriptures and even spent a lot of time and energy studying domains. Obviously, his path had fallen on domains. Someone had told him a long time ago that his talent in the field of domains surpassed his talent in cultivation. However, becoming an outstanding talent and a leading figure in the domain of domains had never been his goal. Even now it was the same. He was only borrowing the power of domains to carve out a different path of evolution for himself. Time flowed by, and another life was about to end. Chu Feng grew old once again, and this time, his lifespan was even longer than his previous life. It was incomparably astonishing during the spirit extinction era. In this life, Chu Feng combined domains with his spirit and constructed all kinds of domain runes within his spiritual flames. He relied on them to face the mortal tribulation of this life. Bang! When the day of his death approached, Chu Feng's spirit realm exploded, but a sparkling and translucent spiritual seed was reborn from the flames. It grew within the waning flames and grew stronger. Then, it attached itself to his aged body and, with a rumble, obtained a new life amidst the intense and dangerous transformation. As the years flowed by, Chu Feng alone saw the sorrow and loneliness of the great world. It was unknown how many generations had passed in this world. He worked hard to survive and constantly resisted the mortal tribulation. Many tens of thousands of years passed, and each time, he would undergo a dangerous transformation before his death. In the end, he lived out his fourth life. One day, Chu Feng walked toward that small city once again. He wanted to see where Chu Kong once lived, but he found that everything had changed. It was incomparably unfamiliar. Many tens of thousands of years had passed. To him, this was his fourth life, but who knew how many eras had passed in the human world? Wave after wave of people died of old age, and the original city had long since turned into ruins. Even further away, there was a powerful human country ruling over this territory. In truth, this kind of country had changed countless times. It was simply too many to count. After tens of thousands of years, the world of ordinary people had long since changed into Mulberry Field. The great world rose and fell, and everything was different. It was very difficult to find traces of the past. Chu Feng walked in a huge city on this land. It was unknown how many times larger it was than the small city of the past. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages in the city. People came and went, rubbing shoulders with each other. It could be said that it was flourishing to its peak. But in this boundless mortal world, Chu Feng walked alone. He only felt incomparably bleak. The whole world was silent as if he was the only one alive. The people in the mortal world brushed past him, and quickly went far away. He let out a soft sigh and went on alone. Time moved forward with an unstoppable momentum. Chu Feng himself had almost forgotten how many lives he had experienced. In the end, he used the mountains and rivers as paper and the great world as the background to paint a picture of his life. The mountains and rivers were engraved with domains and became the mother that gave birth to his new life. In the end, he succeeded. He walked in with an aging body and walked out with a new immortal body. In this new life, he did not age. He knew that he had lived many lives in succession and continuously resolved mortal tribulations. In the end, he succeeded. Each life was stronger than the last. He had completely advanced into the mortal world, immortal realm, and achieved the most powerful Tao fruit. I'm standing at a new starting point. I'm finally going to step on my own path, Chu Feng said to himself. He had long since swept away all of his dejection. The current him was incomparably powerful. Even though his own strength was not enough, he had long since made up his mind to sweep through the land of evil and exterminate all the abnormalities. However, when he looked back, he also sighed softly. In the end, he couldn't find anyone to travel with him. There was no one from the same generation. The whole world was boundless, and only he was still moving forward on the path of evolution. The spirit extinction era was extremely long, and there were no successors. Chapter 1667. There were no predecessors before him, no successors after him. This was destined to be a lonely path. The world was boundless and boundless. He could only advance alone. He didn't ascend to the very top, just that all those before him had passed away, the path of future generations cut off. Now, only Chu Feng remained. On the ruined ruins in this ruined great world, he walked alone in the mist. He wanted to find someone to talk to, but he couldn't. No one could understand his feelings. He was incompatible with the entire era, and the people and things that were related to him had all turned into ashes in the vicissitudes of life, becoming bubbles. Even though he stood in a sea of people, the surroundings bustling and resplendent, there was still a loneliness that couldn't be dispelled within him. The entire world of mortals couldn't hide the coldness within his heart. Chu Feng made his way through the giant city. The endless world of mortals, countless people, all of them became his scenery. Meanwhile, he himself was also a quiet embellishment of this world. He forcefully shook his head. There was nothing he couldn't accept. Even if he was the only one left, he still wouldn't stop. There would be a day when he would devour endless time, slaughter his way into the vile earth. After hundreds of thousands of years, he lived one world after another, continuously being reborn, shedding his mortal body and transforming his bones. Chu Feng was now sure that he was extremely powerful. In the past, he could already face immortal-level creatures. Now that he became a true mortal immortal, he naturally became more and more deep and immeasurable. Without a doubt, he could kill immortal-level evolved beings with a single hand, sweep through all immortals alone. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Those who could become half-immortal emperors in the end, which one of them didn't reach this step. There was even less of a need to talk about creatures at the end of the road. The path he had to walk was still extremely long. From here on out, he needed to walk his own path. Everything was just the beginning. Right now, he didn't have an opponent, unable to find strange creatures to test himself. Right now, he needed to hide, keep a low profile. When the day came when he could match the ancestors, when he needed to rush into the heavens, he would rush towards the vile earth without any hesitation, fight a bloody battle on the plateau. Even though he became a mortal immortal, there was still no lightning, no heavenly tribulation. Just like in the past, it was related to the stone jar, but at the same time it was also because of heaven and earth becoming ruins. Huang's lightning pool was destroyed, and there was even the ancestor who destroyed the great Tao, tearing apart the order of the heavens. There was also the blade of the highest existence, so what lightning tribulation was there? I don't need the trial of heavenly tribulation. My own path is the greatest tribulation, Chu Feng said softly as he continued on his way. He only needed to be as strong as he could. One day, he firmly believed that even if the lightning tribulation appeared, it would be incomparably docile in front of him. There would be no need for him to use lightning to temper his body and soul. The spirit extinction era really wasn't a suitable era for creatures to cultivate. This type of world made many individuals with exceptional aptitude feel despair. There was no foundation for evolution. Even Chu Feng had deeply felt that kind of oppression over the years. It was like a heavy mountain was pressing on top of people's heads, making evolvers feel suffocated. Spiritual chi was dried up, and the essence of heaven and earth was so thin that it could barely be sensed. How was he supposed to evolve? How was he supposed to achieve transcendence? It was really not easy for Chu Feng to become a mortal immortal in this era. After all, he survived the death tribulation and his life was extended. He no longer had to worry about dying of old age in this special era. However, when he entered the immortal Tao domain, he still felt that it was troublesome. Even though he wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan running out for a long time, it was extremely difficult for him to quickly evolve. The most terrifying thing was that the order of heaven and earth was broken, the laws were incomplete, and the great Tao was scattered. This was a calamity for life forms in the immortal Tao domain. That was because if he wanted to advance and evolve further, he needed to comprehend the great Tao. He needed to comprehend the order and laws, but all of these had collapsed and were incomplete and scattered. Chu Feng's heart sank. He had walked in the mortal world and wandered in and out of collapsed famed mountains and great rivers. He had waited for many years, but the world still hadn't warmed up. So much so, that kind of oppression was even more terrifying. If this went on, even the lowest level evolvers wouldn't appear. There would be no cultivators in the world. In truth, Chu Feng's worries weren't without reason. He had traveled all over the world and really hadn't found a single evolver. Although it was extremely difficult, Chu Feng didn't give up on the path of advancement. He wasn't the slightest bit discouraged as he continued to flip through the scriptures, research domains, and walk his own path. He was diligently tempering himself, from his physical body to his spirit. He hoped to become even more perfect. There should be an extreme point in this mortal Tao domain. The mortal Tao domain could already be considered a peerless domain that could suppress all immortals in the world. However, he firmly believed that there was a pyramid at the peak of immortality. He had to stand at this point. His situation was exceptionally difficult. He couldn't sense the great Tao and couldn't touch the resplendent laws and order. There was only the remaining bits and pieces of the true meaning in this world. Chu Feng rushed into the outer realms and overlooked the entire continent. It was boundlessly huge, and the land below should have been a special ancestral land and pure land in this universe. However, it was obvious that everything was in ruins now. He went deep into the starry sky and occasionally found planets with life. However, the spiritual essence on them was even more difficult to find, and the great Tao was increasingly obscure. It was far inferior to that continent. Chu Feng knew that it was time for him to leave. He had to tear open the boundary of the great cosmos and go to other great worlds to see if the different worlds were all so barren. Chi. On that day, a beam of light burst forth from the depths of the dark cosmos. Chu Feng used the power of the mortal Tao domain to split open the cosmos and left this world. It was a similar scene, but the environment wasn't too different. It was still a land of desolation. Chu Feng passed through the primal chaos region and broke into a brand new great world. He didn't see the slightest bit of improvement. There were broken mountains everywhere. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, there were still many ruins left under the soil layer. The spiritual energy had dried up, and there were no more cultivators in the world. His heart was heavy. Would there be no one to cultivate from now on? Chu Feng walked on the earth and crossed the mountains and seas. He looked for traces of the past and wanted to touch the remaining great Tao and laws. However, he was disappointed in the end because he could only find some fragmented order. Moreover, the situation was worsening as time went on. Chu Feng found many ruins and excavated some remnant stone inscriptions and ancient books. Regardless of whether it was records related to evolution or domain runes, they were all collected by him. The latter, in particular, was the focus of his collection. However, he didn't take the original with him. He firmly believed that when spring returned to the earth one day, these jade books and stone inscriptions would become the spark that would allow cultivators to reappear in the world. Chu Feng explored the ruins in this world and comprehended his own path. He stopped here for more than 1,000 years. This world had changed for countless generations, but he was sure that there were no cultivators left. He had traveled the world for 1,000 years but hadn't met a single creature who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. The path of evolution had been severed. There were no extraordinary beings in all regions, but there was the rise of technological civilizations. Although it was impressive, Chu Feng sighed when he thought of the methods of the primogenitor and the immortal emperor. This couldn't change the general situation. One day, at the end of the starry skies, Chu Feng tore open the great cosmos boundary and left this world. Chu Feng traveled alone for tens of thousands of years. He was somewhat disappointed because there was still no return of spring. The era of the spirit extinction was becoming increasingly cruel. He searched and searched, wanting to dig out all the ancient history and find all the great worlds to relive the past. Finally, one day, he sensed a different aura after entering a certain high-level great world. There were immortals in this cosmos. This made him incomparably excited. Had he found a companion? But he quickly calmed down. He shouldn't appear unless it was an old friend. He didn't want to leave any suspicious traces in the human world before conquering the wretched Earth. He didn't want to leave any clues before conquering the wretched Earth. It was better to be cautious than to be careless. He believed that outsiders would find it difficult to sense his aura with the stone jar. Chu Feng hid himself in this world. In addition to excavating ancient ruins and collecting various scriptures to study the path of domain evolution, he was also observing the immortals of this world. This cosmos was still a land of spirit extinction. Apart from a dozen or so true immortals, there were no other cultivators here. The remaining immortal-level entities weren't in a good state. Some of them had serious injuries to their origins, and some true immortals were old and tired. Chu Feng understood. Even true immortals would slowly age? It was just that this process was extremely slow, but it gradually became apparent during the era of the spirit extinction. No wonder no one had ever said that true immortals could live forever. In the end, Chu Feng left this world quietly. That was because he couldn't stop because of these immortals he didn't know. He wanted to travel through all the worlds and perfect his Tao. During these years, he had collected all kinds of scriptures and inscriptions to verify his Tao. There was great value in using them as a reference. In the following years, Chu Feng also found immortals in other cosmos. There would be 1 or 2 or 3 to 5 of them, but there weren't as many immortal Tao entities as there were in his previous world. Time flew by and hundreds of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng was sure that he had reached the pinnacle of immortality in this most difficult era. He could no longer move forward in this domain. He believed that he could fight his way through groups of immortal-level evolvers and destroy these strange entities with a raise of his hand. Not long after, Chu Feng once again went to that high-standard great world. In the end, he found that some of the 10 or so true immortals were in a worse state. Among them, there were 2 with serious cracks to their origins. They were abnormally old and tired. In the spirit extinction era, it was difficult for them to touch the great Tao, and they couldn't absorb large amounts of spiritual energy and worldly essences. They were extremely weak, and if this went on for a long time, it was possible that immortals would die. In reality, because of unforeseen events, the day that true immortals died was far earlier than Chu Feng had expected. On this day, rare Tao marks appeared in the world and condensed into an indistinct blade. Then, it followed an indescribable trajectory and slashed down. True immortals howled in grief, and old evolvers glared at the indistinct butcher's blade in the sky, but they were powerless to change anything. That day, all of the true immortals' origins collapsed. All of the true immortals died. The previous blade of heavens will reappeared, not even letting true immortals go, making the evolvers of this world almost completely go extinct. It was difficult to find cultivators again. Chu Feng personally witnessed this scene. He clenched his fists tightly and remained silent, powerless to change anything. He watched as more than 10 true immortals died one after another. He knew that the stone jar displayed its effects, hiding everything. The blade of heavens couldn't find him. The spirit extinction era severed the paths and lives of all evolvers. This was the truth of this world. On the plateau, the 3 immortal emperors stood there without moving. They coldly swept their eyes over the world, not showing the slightest trace of emotion. The blade of heaven's will was still something they had hacked out in the past. However, there were still traces left behind in this world. Now they activated the damaged blade that represented heaven's will, completely harvesting the true immortals they didn't attach any importance to. The weeds have all been removed, there will be time for spring plowing. Let's just remain silent for a long time first. An immortal emperor said. The ancestors were in seclusion at the limits of the plateau, while the 3 strange immortal emperors also went to recover from their injuries. Moreover, they might obtain primordial matter. If that happened, there was a chance of entering the ancestors' domain. After a long period of time, they most likely wouldn't appear again, fearing that something unexpected would happen in the outside world that exceeded their control. That was why they activated the blade of heaven's will. Only when this day passed did the blade traces the 3 of them left outside completely disappear. They disappeared, the vile earth returning to peace. The stars changed, time changed. More than 1,000,000 years had already passed since that final battle. Chu Feng walked through all realms, establishing himself at the peak of immortality. He wasn't impatient. Even if the world was always in the spirit extinction era, he still calmly faced it, walking his own path. He patiently sharpened himself, from his body to his spirit. He hoped that he didn't have the slightest flaw, that he could truly overlook all enemies in this world in this domain, that he could kill all creatures at the same level in this vile earth. He was strict with himself like this, because he truly didn't know that when the day came when he had the qualifications to slaughter his way to the limits of the plateau, just how many monsters at the same level he would have to face. After all, there was primordial matter there, a strange power that could continuously revive the primogenitors. Today, Chu Feng opened up his own path and deduced his own technique. His mind was shaken, and the evolution of domains became increasingly resplendent in his eyes. He felt a sense of great enlightenment. He looked down at the earth and said in a sonorous voice, "The great Tao of the world has collapsed, and the laws and order have been broken. It's difficult to reach. Since there's no Tao, then I'll create my own Tao. The place where I establish myself will be the place where the laws and order are born again. I'll establish my Tao with my body." Chapter 1668. In all the worlds, the great Tao had collapsed, and what was left were only scraps and half-claws. It was indeed difficult to reach. Evolvers were quite pitiful in these ruined times. Perhaps it couldn't be considered pitiful because apart from Chu Feng, there were no other cultivators in the world. Chu Feng's eyes were deep as divine chains of order interweaved with him as the center. The laws extended into the void and Tao marks appeared indistinctly, resonating with the shattered mountains and rivers. He had comprehended thoroughly today and didn't need to seek the Tao from the heavens. There were Tao marks wherever he was, and order was everywhere he looked. The world had been pierced through, the great Tao had been broken, and all the worlds had become ruins. However, there were still scriptures flipping through amidst the destruction. There were true meanings circulating and the experiences left behind by the predecessors. All of these scriptures, true meanings, and experiences hung in the world. They were the grass, the trees, the flowers, the leaves, the grains of sand, the clouds, the seas, the mountains, the stars, and all living things. They appeared in the world. Who had been imparting the Tao in the beginning? It was the predecessors who observed the mountains and rivers, touched the grass, entered the seas, gazed at the stars, and touched all living things. Only then did they gradually obtain the Tao. Chu Feng stood on the ground, his entire body covered in light. Runes interweaved with him as the center and outlined the Tao marks he understood. The great Tao was formless and illusory. Who could touch it at birth? It was originally nothingness, something the predecessors had fumbled out step by step and opened up by the living beings themselves. Chu Feng imitated the predecessors from generation to generation. He took it from the mountains, rivers, plants, and all living things. Compared to the predecessors, his starting point was much higher. He was already at the peak of immortality. Both his flesh and soul light interweaved with his own Tao marks. Moreover, he had chosen the path of domain evolution, which gave him limitless possibilities. What was a domain? It was to begin with all living things in the world and inscribe extraordinary runes. It fused with the vigorous energy of the plants, drew upon the majestic power of the mountains and seas, and borrowed the resplendent power of the stars. It resonated with all living things and was everywhere. Chu Feng didn't walk the path of domain evolution to set up all kinds of domains in the world. Instead, he wanted to use the domains to truly evolve himself and transform all living things for his own use. Where was the mighty power? In the vast sea, in the darkness, among the stars, it was everywhere, hanging on all things in the universe. This was Chu Feng's path, a Tao that was suitable for him. In the ruined ruins of time, the formless great Tao collapsed, no longer appearing in the world. As such, he would search for it from all things that had form, explore it and open it up. It wasn't a sudden epiphany. For so many years, he had been walking on this path. Today was just the day when he felt it the most intensely. Back then, after he had determined his own path, he walked alone in the fog. Since there was no one else with him, he walked forward on his own. Chu Feng's eyes shone brilliantly. The fiery golden eyes of the past had long since evolved to an unimaginable level. After becoming a mortal immortal and standing at the pinnacle, his eyes seemed to be able to see through the netherworld and see through everything in the world. He looked at the towering mountain in front of him. Even though it was broken, it still had a majestic aura. In the blink of an eye, the vast mountainous region condensed into a rune in his eyes. That was the power of the mountains and rivers. Chu Feng walked forward and observed the mountains and rivers as if he were flipping through one scroll after another of the mountains and rivers. Some runes rapidly flowed through his eyes. He walked and stopped from time to time, resonating with all things. The mountains and rivers were books, and he observed the natural veins. He read the essence of the power within the mountains and turned them all into domain runes. There were even predecessors who had once stopped in the mountains and rivers. The traces they left behind had never been completely erased by the passage of time. Chu Feng was like the ancients. He started from the beginning and plucked what he needed from all things. However, he had an advantage over his predecessors. After all, he studied domains and explored them directly from the source. That was why he was fearless in this era of extreme spirit. He stepped onto a path that belonged to him. In his eyes, every speck of dust, every blade of grass, and all things in the mountains and rivers were scriptures waiting to be read. Perhaps there were many natural scriptures that didn't have much meaning and lacked great power. However, the condensed runes and flickering veins still contained some resplendent luster. He refined, plucked, and deduced the densely packed runes. How could he not have any gains? He was opening his own path through the accumulation of day after day. He established the Tao with his body. Sparkling and translucent runes were arranged around him like stars hanging in the sky, deducing order. Gradually, Tao marks interweaved. All things were the tangible bodies of domains. Day after day, year after year, Chu Feng walked between the mountains and rivers, appearing and disappearing before the ruins and old lands. He continuously opened up a path forward. Chu Feng was immersed in this kind of exploration and gained new insights continuously. He increasingly felt that the domain evolution path was most suitable for him and that there were new harvests every day. This was especially true because there were special terrains in this world, and there were quite a few of them. For instance, the setting sun slope. Standing there, it was as if he was witnessing the reenactment of that legendary era in history. In a daze, he saw a large star suddenly hurled by an immortal from beyond the world. It contained a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. It shattered the order of the world and pierced through the wall of the great realm. It was on the verge of crashing down and sinking this piece of land. On the ground, there were ancients drawing their bows and arrows. Their runes burned and boundless power surged. The arrow pierced through the firmament and exploded the star thrown by the true immortal in outer space. In a flash, all kinds of dazzling runes blossomed. A certain kind of extremely intrinsic pattern was projected on this slope and formed a land of danger. It created a special terrain with the power of the setting sun. Chu Feng was amazed. This was the first time he had completely traced the formation of a land of danger through the terrain. He had seen the most intrinsic thing. There were naturally many special terrains in this world. They were known as dangerous lands and lands of danger, but very few people knew how they were formed. Some were born naturally, while others were related to the battles of ancient true immortals, Tao ancestors, and immortal emperors. There were primordial Tao marks reflected in the mountains and rivers. Perhaps the origin of domains is because someone saw the primordial patterns reflected in the special terrain at the right time. From there, they imitated them and carved them in other areas. They artificially constructed terrains with similar destructive power, and thus came the various research on domains. Chu Feng muttered to himself. He studied domains not to construct those terrains but to reverse the flow. He used the mountains and rivers as scriptures to pluck the patterns contained in all living things and open up his own Tao from there. Time passed silently. Unknowingly, many more years had passed. The dynasties of the human world had changed countless times. So much so that some races had even died out in the chaos of war. Chu Feng didn't know exhaustion. He walked around the human world, watching the vast sea engulfed in lightning and the great abyss swallow the stars and moon. He comprehended his own laws and Tao. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, hundreds of thousands of years passed by in a hurry. He appeared in different universes, stood towering in the azure skies, and paced back and forth in front of the sea of blood. At this stage, he had completely stepped onto his own path and was constantly perfecting it. This path was brilliant with no end in sight. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Feng stood on a barren scarlet land. Runes flashed through his eyes as he peered into the essence of this land. In an instant, he captured all the patterns contained in this dangerous land. He evolved further and moved. A large number of special runes rushed out from his skin and transformed into densely packed immortal swords in the air. They swept through the sky and earth, and this attack alone was enough to kill a group of true immortals. He was able to comprehend such a terrifying method of attack from just one particular danger zone. This was Chu Feng's path, to reach the heavens and all living things. From there, he would evolve and sublimate himself to open up his own Tao. It had been 2 million years since the decisive battle back then. Chu Feng sighed because he hadn't seen any other evolved beings in so many years. The long passage of time had allowed him to accumulate a sufficiently deep foundation. He felt that he should be able to break through to the Immortal King domain. In truth, he had felt this way before, but he had never tried to break through. He had always been opening up a path and perfecting this system. That was because, to him, the evolution of domains was too important. Especially in the early stages, there couldn't be any regret. He had to straighten out this path and deduce it to the extreme before he could break through. A path no one had walked through required him to ponder over and over again. In the following years, he traveled in different universes, reading the natural texture of all things, creating and organizing his own scripture essentials, completely completing the cultivation method from immortal to immortal, and it had already matured. Not only that, but he had also more or less figured out the path to the immortal king level. Countless domain runes lingered around him as he sat cross-legged. He himself was the Tao. Order interweaved and laws spread out. It was as though he was splitting the world apart. The place where he stood was the Tao law, and an invincible scripture was being developed. But he still didn't try to break through. Instead, he chose a quiet place and brought out the stone jar and the seed. During the long years of opening up this path, he had walked through one great world after another. Naturally, he had collected a lot of rare mutant soil and stored it in the jar. The seed sprouted and began to grow into a large tree. When the flower buds bloomed, the sky was filled with sparkling pollen and countless spiritual particles, drowning Chu Feng within. The pollen today corresponded to the immortal realm, but just as he had expected, it didn't transform him. His flesh and spirit didn't change at all. He nodded to himself. This proved that he was indeed standing at the top of the pyramid in this domain. He had evolved to the point where he couldn't be any stronger and could only break through. He had broken away from the pollen path. His current domain evolution path was sufficiently powerful and complete. Even this seed had lost its meaning to him. Perhaps he could use it to test himself like today. Ruins of Time 1. 25 million years. Chu Feng stood on the Tao. His body was covered in multicolored light as he forcefully broke through and formally stepped into the immortal king domain. Chapter 1669. After becoming an immortal king, Chu Feng didn't stop his footsteps. In the following hundreds of thousands of years, he still lived in the wilderness, reading natural patterns. He went to many places, great worlds, cosmos where spiritual essence dried up one after another. His figure was left behind in the mountains and rivers, dangerous lands. This was, without a doubt, a lonely path. After all these years, he was always alone, walking through the ruins, all alone. It had been many years since he had interacted with other creatures, and it was even more impossible for him to converse with others. Only when he occasionally stopped and thought back to the past would his emotions fluctuate. Behind him was a great expanse of fog, nothing left behind. Everyone was buried in the past. In this world, not even their traces were left behind, those people's figures no longer appearing in history. Only Chu Feng remembered them, not forgetting the past. He carried a heavy burden on his back, exploring the path of evolution alone. In the age where there were no more cultivators, in the terrifying years when the path of evolution had already been completely buried and severed, he established the Tao with his body, advancing forward alone. His conviction had never wavered. Ever since his adopted son Chu Kong passed away in meditation, Chu Feng never spoke to anyone again. After endless years passed, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields, the races of the world rose and declined. He stood alone, seemingly aloof from the world, but wasn't there also a type of indescribable loneliness? From time to time, he would stop his footsteps and listen to the lingering sounds of endless time. However, what he felt was even more bleak, as well as a strong sadness of history that couldn't be dissolved. Great fog surged. Under the endless night, he was the only one carrying the burden, chewing on the bleakness and loneliness accumulated by the dark years alone. Only one day, when he walked out from the ruins of the great wastelands, saw the lights of tens of thousands of homes, the resplendent world of mortals, did he feel great waves in his heart, a bit sentimental, hot tears about to fall from his eyes. The fireworks of the world, the myriad scenes of life, all of it moved his heart greatly. Just how long had it been since he spoke to someone? The entire world was boundless, yet he couldn't find a single person he could talk to, someone he could confide in. Even though the lights were brilliant up ahead, he was separated from it, feeling as if he was the only one left. Am I reminiscing about the past, longing for the past? he said to himself, turning his head backwards. It was as if he could see the dazzling great world he once lived in, see those people again, hear their whispers, transmitted through endless time and space. In his heart, he was thinking of those people. Chu Feng gazed into the distance. After a long time, he suddenly turned around. Without looking back, he once again strode forward. He clearly knew what he had to do. The world of mortals was resplendent, the prosperity of the world, but it was nothing more than sand that couldn't be kept at his fingertips. It was a flower that had withered over the years. It didn't allow him to stop and waste time. The ruins had existed for more than 2 million years. It was unknown how many great cosmoses Chu Feng had entered. He pulled the galaxy, went down to the 9 underworlds, and analyzed the ferocious lands. His strength kept getting stronger and stronger, reaching the late stage of the Celestial King realm. However, he became more and more silent and incomparably reserved. When he was at the pinnacle of the mortal-immortal realm, he could already fight against celestial kings, let alone at his current level. Even if all the celestial kings were to come back to life, they would not be able to resist the suppression of a single hand from him. Celestial kings could already establish a world, so there was even less of a need to talk about unmatched celestial kings. They could establish their own Tao rights in the primal chaos, developing the cosmos and starry skies. Meanwhile, an expert like Chu Feng, in an age where it was impossible for him to achieve immortality, reached this step in the Spirit End era. If the celestial kings and others knew about this, they would all be incomparably shocked. The great Tao collapsed, order broken. There was no Tao in this world. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, in this Spirit End era, used his own body to open up a path. It really was a bit inconceivable. In these difficult times, if he established a new cosmos, together with him establishing the Tao with his body, where his body would be the origin of natural laws and order, he would naturally be able to make the reopened realm exuberant with life force. All things would multiply, spiritual essence would revive, and they would enter a brilliant era where they could cultivate. However, he didn't do this. If he didn't sweep through the vile lands, even if a great golden world was born, it would be meaningless. If the inauspicious creatures found them, would he be able to protect this realm? He was clearly powerless, only increasing blood and death. This year, Chu Feng walked out from the dried-up great cosmos, entering deep into the primal chaos. According to historical records, the path he took was extremely terrifying, deviating too far from the world. When the celestial kings arrived in this region, they had long since lost their way, unable to find their way back. Chu Feng, however, didn't stop, continuing forward. Apart from accidentally picking a few primal chaos spiritual items, he also came into contact with some of the difficult primal chaos patterns and other things in this primitive land. He naturally wouldn't let them go. It was as if he was flipping through a primal chaos scripture, using it to perfect his own path. Only when he felt that he had gone far enough and was sure that it was barren enough did he start to set up arrangements. With a move of his mind, resplendent patterns appeared in the surroundings, splitting heaven and earth apart, obliterating the primal chaos, as if they were going to develop a resplendent great world. In reality, this wasn't the case. He was only carving symbols, setting up a domain in the primal chaos, verifying the laws and paths he comprehended. In a split second, patterns blossomed all over the sky, turning into immortal swords. They swept past, world-shaking, shattering the sea of primal chaos, directly hacking out a world. However, in the next moment, his entire body shone, as if he was the source of the Tao. Countless divine chains of order interweaved, extending outwards, leading to all directions. With a hong sound, they directly pierced through the vast heaven and earth he had just opened up. Natural laws were like blades, slicing through the universe, making heaven and earth completely disintegrate, returning to primal chaos. Then, endless symbols appeared in the primal chaos, like starry rivers. They continuously arranged and recombined, developing all types of killing domains. The terrifying aura they formed was enough to make even the dead celestial kings tremble in fear. In the end, a grand domain appeared. Endless beams of light flew over, actually shooting towards Chu Feng. Any strand of this kind of light was terrifying, able to wipe out an entire clan, able to threaten the life and death of celestial kings. In the end, they filled the sky, densely packed, covering Chu Feng. Within those beams of light, there was primal chaos lightning comparable to the most powerful heavenly tribulation, able to split open the universe with a single strike. There was also a picture scroll of yin and yang merging. When it covered down, it broke time and space. There was also a dazzling sword light that swept past, splitting heaven and earth. There was also that Chu Feng was expressionless. He stood there alone, using his physical body to resist. He walked the path of domain evolution, not to carve runes and borrow external objects to kill enemies, but to use domains to achieve his own evolution. Now, he was refining his body, testing just how strong his flesh was. He wanted to refine an unrivaled body. After all, his opponents weren't just one or two, but rather an entire plateau. It was difficult to say how many strange creatures there were there. At present, there were 4 primogenitors and 3 celestial emperors in the Vile Land, but he wouldn't forget that there was primordial matter at the end of the plateau. There would most likely be celestial emperors filling in for the primogenitor domain. It was truly too difficult. Every time he thought of this, Chu Feng's heart would feel stifled, almost suffocating. He had to do everything he could to improve himself, to become unrivaled throughout the ages. Otherwise, there was no need for him to go to that plateau. He would only die in vain. In the depths of the primal chaos, Chu Feng's soul light also appeared. He withstood the attacks of those terrifying beams of light, allowing the lightning, sword light, and other things to fall, but he didn't move in the slightest. After a long time, this place calmed down. Chu Feng used his great divine ability to pacify everything. The primal chaos surged and submerged everything. After 2,430,000 years in the ruins, Chu Feng completely deduced the path of the immortal king domain and established his own laws and Tao. He sat there cross-legged, scriptures appearing on their own and lingering around him. They were about to spread out and restore the withered world to vitality. However, all the scriptures dimmed in an instant. He established the Tao with his body, and countless laws and order returned to his body. Tao marks no longer appeared. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't expose himself as long as he couldn't kill the primogenitors. It was impossible for him to change the spiritless state of any withered world. Several years later, after he entered a dilapidated cosmos, he discovered an extremely special terrain that could actually threaten him intensely. In reality, this cosmos didn't have any creatures. It was a dangerous land even before the ruins, all of the stars carrying deathly energy. After carefully studying it, Chu Feng discovered with shock that this dilapidated land was identical to the terrain that had previously appeared on the stone jar. He had reason to suspect that this was the source of that place. In the past, when the stone jar occasionally revived and shone, the patterns that appeared on the jar's body had quite a few mountain and river terrains. Today, he saw a terrain that matched the source quite well. After all these years, he had seen too many complex, dangerous land. However, after carefully exploring them, in his opinion, in the end, they were all nothing more than this. Now, his expression was solemn. After all, when the stone jar revived in the past, it had previously displayed an extremely terrifying scene. There were emperors that were devoured, sunk into the ancient and immeasurably terrifying terrain. He naturally knew that this was related to the ancient underworld and the limits of the plateau. The two were closely related. Chu Feng stopped his footsteps, no longer traveling further. He began to seriously analyze this exceptionally dangerous land. He had once killed an emperor. Regardless of whether it was a pseudo-immortal emperor or a true immortal emperor, it all indicated extreme danger. As such, Chu Feng was very calm and cautious. Several thousand years later, although he was in the immortal king domain, he gradually went deeper. He used his unparalleled domain methods to explore and enter this dangerous land. In general, although this dangerous land was ruined and the terrain had changed somewhat, it was still fatal to immortal kings. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's world-shaking domain methods, he wouldn't have been able to enter such a terrifying region with just his immortal king body. Although it was incomparably dangerous, his gains here were also great. He had analyzed too many terrifying patterns to make up for his own path. After all, Immortal King was still considered a path for him. He couldn't stop and be satisfied. He was already making preparations for the pseudo-immortal emperor path. The terrain patterns here were shockingly valuable to him. After more than 100,000 years, Chu Feng didn't leave until one day, when he fell into a dense cobweb-like ancient road with a plop. Only then did he wake up. He entered the depths of the terrain and analyzed along the way. He actually charged into the path of the ancient underworld. There were too many legends and speculations regarding the underworld. One kind of underworld path was opened up by later generations. For example, Heavenly Emperor Huang had personally dug up the ancient underworld but couldn't find the end. In the end, he personally opened up a section. In addition, strange creatures had once occupied part of the ancient underworld's path and connected it to the plateau. In reality, no one could say what was going on with the most ancient underworld. Some people said that it was formed naturally from heaven and earth. It was connected to the heavens, the Yang realm, the great thousand universes, and all the other world. It was mysterious and unfathomable. An abandoned section of the road. Chu Feng stood in the darkness and made this judgment as he looked at the densely packed passages. This road was fairly overgrown. Even the other roads connected to it were the same. The patterns were indistinct and many areas had even been destroyed. They had long since been abandoned. Chu Feng walked down slowly. Along the way, his expression was solemn as he probed the remnant patterns of the ancient underworld. He studied them carefully and tried to figure them out. This was very important to him. This walk took many tens of thousands of years. In the end, he actually arrived at another universe that was in the spirit extinction era through the cobweb-like passageway. After Chu Feng came out, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He pondered over what he saw and studied the patterns. Then, he entered a meditative state and didn't move at all. He was completely immersed in the world of the domain's evolutionary path. He was deducing and perfecting his own path. 1 year, 2 years, hundreds of thousands of years passed, but he didn't wake up. He had always been developing the Tao in his own inner world. Time was like a knife. It flattened the mountains and rivers and cut off the lakes and seas. In the vicissitudes of time, Chu Feng was covered by dust and mud. He sank into the ground and was covered by collapsed mountains. Until one day, when thunder rumbled and all things came to life. His eyelids only trembled a few times, but he didn't wake up. In his inner world, he was constructing the path to the Tao ancestor. Another many tens of thousands of years passed. Creatures began to set foot in this desolate and uninhabited land. Only when someone dug through this mountainous region and was about to dig him out did he sense it. Even though he was still underground and buried by earth and stone, Chu Feng already sensed it immediately. The spiritual essence of the outside world was rich and the world was full of vitality. The spirit extinction era had long passed. There were a few evolvers who were cutting open mountains and digging through the earth to explore this region. According to the ancient book, this humble Taoist has deduced that this terrain is indescribably wonderful. There are natural treasures nurtured underground. It is a place that defies the heavens and changes fate. We are already very close. Taoist priests' knowledge is as profound as the heavens. No one in the present world can compare to you in the field of geomancy. Looking at ancient history, there aren't many virtuous predecessors who can keep pace with you. We naturally believe and worship you. Dig. There was such a conversation coming from outside. Chu Feng didn't move. He allowed the earth and stone above to decrease. He was still thinking in the depths of his heart and carrying out the final deductions. The path to the Tao ancestor should be considered complete. Heavens, a divine creation item, has been dug out. It's a rare treasure of heaven and earth. This is a human-shaped great medicine. A few people sensed that there was something under the earth, and that there was an immortal fragrance coming from it. It was even more astonishing than the few most sacred fruits in the legend. The faint fragrance made people feel like they were about to sprout wings and ascend. All the pores on their bodies opened up, and the great medicine covered in earth looked a little like a sitting human figure. As a supreme immortal king, even though Chu Feng was covered in earth, his body was spotless and without dust. Even though Chu Feng had restrained all the Tao marks and rules inside and wouldn't hurt the people outside, the fragrance of the immortal body still seeped into the earth after a long period of time and was smelled by them. Chapter 1670. Human-shaped great medicine? Oh no, heavens, what did this humble Taoist dig up? The Taoist was dumbstruck and completely shocked. This was because they actually dug up a living person. No, he quickly rejected this idea. That was definitely not a human. How could a human with a flesh and blood body be buried under the ruins of prehistoric times and not die? Deities above, the ancestors have shown themselves, we have caused trouble. Senior, we did not mean to offend you, please forgive us. These people's reactions weren't slow. After being dumbfounded, they quickly bowed and apologized in a fluster. Their hearts were beating like drums. Did they encounter an immortal today, or did they seize a malicious spirit? They had never thought that after exhausting all of their spiritual essence and magical power, they would actually dig up a living creature from this place that defied the heavens and changed their fate. These people's strength wasn't bad. They followed the directions of the Taoist priest who could calm mountains and rivers and dug up the earth. They originally thought that they would encounter a great opportunity, but now their calves and stomachs were cramping and they couldn't help but tremble. Chu Feng slowly got up. The floating earth was shaken off by the multicolored light on his body. Even his black hair carried a sparkling luster as his true appearance was revealed. He was still the same as before, maintaining his youthful appearance. Only now, his eyes lacked a sharpness and were more peaceful. He was as calm as the sea and as deep as the abyss, giving others a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. In the end, it wasn't you. Chu Feng looked at the Taoist priest. When he was underground, he was still a bit surprised, but now, he only calmly spoke this sentence. This Taoist priest's temperament and methods were extremely similar to the rotten corpse that was with the dog emperor. He dug up mountains and rivers, explored ancient sites, and was especially good at digging up graves. He was especially good at robbing graves. Chu Feng's eyes far surpassed the fiery eyes as he calmly watched this middle-aged fat Taoist priest. He could go against time and capture many of the past events from his body, tracing back to which scriptures he had studied. The Chao scripture and Duan scripture. These two damaged ancient scriptures were left behind in the form of pictures and diagrams, displaying many of the rotten corpse's methods of the past. Unfortunately, the names that the rotten corpse had used before, Chao Yusheng and Duanda, could no longer appear. Just like him, they were erased from history. Even these two scriptures were actually inscribed by Duanda's disciples. Otherwise, if the decayed corpse had personally inscribed them, they would have been doomed to disintegrate into ashes. Chu Feng nodded. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu. This was the successor of the decaying corpse. It was just that his strength was too low and he could barely fly in the air. The spirit extinction era had ended more than 100,000 years ago. Now, it was the time for spring to return to the earth, and all living beings to recover. However, there were still no overly powerful evolvers. The main reason was that in the ruined ruins, for more than 2 million years, there were no cultivators in this world. All paths of evolution were severed, all types of inheritances destroyed. It wasn't until the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became denser and denser that some people found a way to do it. Later on, many stone inscriptions were excavated from the ground and people continued to decipher them. Only then did the number of evolvers gradually increase. Greetings, Senior. After the initial panic, they were all convinced that this was not a malicious ghost. Although the other party's aura was restrained, that peaceful and otherworldly temperament was definitely not some prehistoric ghost. Of course, with their strength, it was impossible for them to guess exactly what level of being Chu Feng was. Perhaps this was the prehistoric legend. True immortal? They guessed boldly. Rise. After nearly 3 million years, Chu Feng finally spoke to someone for the first time. However, he didn't plan on interacting too much with these people. In a split second, his body rippled with a few strands of weak multicolored light, landing on the surrounding plant. In a flash, the weeds shone resplendently, continuously transforming into formidable great medicines. Meanwhile, those thistles, old trees, and others were also rapidly blossoming and bearing fruit. The entire tree was filled with a fragrance, and divine fruits filled the branches. They flowed with brilliant colors, medicinal fragrance assailing the nostrils. It was to the extent where these plants were intelligent, directly evolving into demons. At the very least, the divine substance within them was enough, far exceeding the standard of becoming a demon. As long as a spiritual flame was ignited, they would be able to transform into human form in a short amount of time. Chu Feng left behind several complete olden-era scriptures, flattened the pit, and cut away all traces of himself. He directly disappeared. As for these people, they felt a wave of bewilderment. There was no longer that person in their memories. Ah, we're rich. True immortal above, have we barged into a prehistoric medicinal garden? Here, there is a ruined tablet with scriptures carved on it. Chu Feng wasn't worried that the ancestors, immortal emperors, and the others would discover him because of this. Those types of creatures wouldn't cast their eyes on evolvers of this level. He just didn't want to be too entangled with these people. It was because he was fated to walk a lonely path, and he could only face it alone. However, he still carried a bit of hope in the end. He walked through the various great worlds, cracking apart the historical remains beneath the ruins. He illuminated the caves within the mountains and rivers with natural patterns, waiting for the people of the present to excavate them. It was to the extent where he organized his own comprehensions and the paths he walked through into scriptures. He scattered them in various places, waiting for the fated to comprehend them. He was passing on the Tao. If there were later generations, he hoped that they could follow in the footsteps of their predecessors and walk into an even more profound domain. He hoped that one day they would discover the truth. Every scripture was dyed in blood, and not even the remains of the predecessors were left behind. He didn't want the later generations to take revenge for the predecessors, but only hoped that they themselves would have a chance to change their fate. It was because Chu Feng knew that the great ceremony wouldn't end, and that one day it would arrive again. The immortal emperor among the strange creatures had been dormant for a long time. When the injury to his origin had healed, he would definitely come into the world. However, the changes came much earlier than Chu Feng expected. Inadvertently, he discovered strange creatures in a stretch of ruins. They had already appeared in advance, and their strength was extraordinary. Those creatures had set foot in the realm of immortals for many years, and they far surpassed the living creatures of the present world during the revival of all things. However, these strange creatures didn't do evil. They only walked among the ruins, comprehending the various techniques of the buried era. Chu Feng's pupils contracted. No wonder the strange races were getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, how could they be weak? Very soon, he understood their original intentions through unfathomable means. As expected, they were only out to search for some opportunities, and not to make a move. Moreover, they were given a death order. The spring plowing had just begun. Whoever dared to trample on the Qing Miao that had just broken through the soil would be severely punished and obliterated. After all, the great ceremony's needs couldn't be satisfied by the number of mortals piled up. It required a large number of powerful evolvers. All things were revived and spring returned to the earth. Everything was thriving, and the world was full of exuberant vitality. With the appearance of all kinds of ruins, the number of evolvers increased. A golden age seemed to be not far away. However, Chu Feng was silent. Only he knew how cruel the truth was. Although the spirit extinction era was far away, the spirit energy was recovering, and all things were flourishing. This was in fact the beginning of a tragic era. Chu Feng stopped in the distance and looked at the resplendent great world in a certain universe. He looked at the youthful youths and the heroes in their prime. He seemed to see himself in the past and saw the buried era. He also once had a heroic bearing and competed for the world. He rose in the great world and shone brilliantly in the world of mortals. He bloomed with many people and shone between the mountains and rivers. However, in the end everything was ruined and died. All the evolvers died. The great thousand worlds and the boundless heaven and earth were all destroyed at the most splendid moment. At that time, Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Emperor Yi, and the Empress were all like him, standing in the distance, feeling a type of desolate powerlessness. They could only silently accumulate power, waiting for the opportunity to slaughter their way into the vile earth. Unfortunately, there seemed to be an immeasurable power that changed the trajectory of history. Everything changed. The ancestor had a dream, Huang and Yi also understood. Even Chu Feng, during that final battle, vaguely sensed that it was a great dream. In that dream, Huang and Ye's true bodies were previously hiding in the stone jar, waiting for an opportunity. If they were given another 1 or 2 great eras, they would be able to slaughter their way into the vile earth. Unfortunately, the dream severed the Heavenly Emperor's fate. The ancestor woke up from the dream and revived ahead of time, changing everything. Is it a dream? It doesn't seem like it, but it seems like it happened before. Chu Feng said to himself. It was because everything that happened later on could be verified one after another with that vague dream. He had personally seen the 2 seeds that originally wouldn't germinate turn into light, turning into Huang and Yi to participate in the battle. Chu Feng observed the strange creatures in various places, their strength varying from the immortal Illuminator to the immortal King realm. All of them had exposed their whereabouts. This made him very cautious, observing them for several thousand years. He suspected that there might be Dao ancestors roaming the world. He had borrowed external power to kill Dao ancestors before, so he was very sensitive to the aura of those creatures. However, he still hadn't truly sensed the appearance of such creatures. During this period, he discovered that there were strange creatures at the immortal King realm that had fallen, dying in the danger zone recorded in the stone jar. However, no one from the strange races came to search for them. Chu Feng realized that the plateau was too vast. There were many strange races and countless experts. No one cared at all if a few immortal kings died, not even a ripple would appear. In fact, he seriously suspected that even if a few Dao ancestors died, the experts at the end of the plateau wouldn't even frown. That was why Chu Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to deal a killing blow to the strange race's immortal kings. Of course, he didn't do it himself. Instead, he used the form of a domain to restrain them, using them as experiment. If people knew that he was extremely daring and used the strange races as a lab rat, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. At the same time, they would feel horrified. Since he was destined to face the strange races and had to kill his way into the wretched land alone, Chu Feng naturally had to thoroughly study them. In the following years, he put it into action. In a danger zone, a strange immortal king howled. He was trapped there by the runes that Chu Feng released with a thought. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Tao Ancestor Fire? This peerless immortal king of the strange races was incomparably shocked. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. There was a fish that slipped through the net in the battlefield back then? Moreover, it was actually the Tao Ancestor Fire that made many Tao ancestors in the wretched land gnash their teeth in anger. They wanted nothing more than to resurrect him and kill him hundreds of times again. Chu Feng was speechless. This ancient title made him lost in thought. There was actually someone who remembered him and was howling at this time. Almost at the same time, Chu Feng's eyes shone. Several hundred immortal swords appeared and moved about, blasting the immortal king apart and turning it into nothingness. He was extremely cautious in order to avoid the strange immortal king calling out to the primogenitors in his heart. Even though he felt that he had the stone jar in hand and this type of domain wouldn't leak out heaven's secrets, he was still relatively cautious. Next, he became even more careful. He no longer appeared himself and only used the vicious land left behind by nature to trap the strange immortal king. Meanwhile, he secretly observed the source of this race's power. His eyes flickered as he continuously read and refined special runes. He was analyzing the strange creatures. Year after year, Chu Feng killed several immortal kings in some danger zones and then didn't take action anymore. He knew that if he went too far, something big would happen. In addition, he felt that the things he obtained from the strange immortal king's body were more or less enough. The analysis was detailed enough. In the ruins time of 283 million years, Chu Feng left the great thousand cosmos and entered the depths of the primal chaos alone. He was almost lost before he stopped. Then, he used the large number of innate spiritual objects he had gathered from the primal chaos to lay down a domain. They were densely packed and blended with the primal chaos, isolating it from the outside world. Half a year later, the runes around Chu Feng were glaring and almost tore apart the primal chaos. However, the domain he laid down was effective and concealed everything. After all, he had long since perfected the scriptures for the evolution of domains. Many years ago, he already had the method to reach the Tao ancestor realm. Thus, the domain he laid down could conceal his aura. Moreover, he was still paying attention to the domains outside during the breakthrough process. He constantly brought out various innate spiritual objects and primal chaos treasures to strengthen the domains. In the end, Chu Feng broke through to the Tao ancestor realm and successfully advanced. No one in the outside world knew about this. Without an immortal emperor to cover him up, he relied on his own domain techniques to hide at the end of the primal chaos. He crossed the sea and deceived the heavens. The slumbering creatures in the depths of the plateau didn't sense him at all. It won't be too far. I'll kill my way into the vile earth alone. Chu Feng clenched his fists. In the blink of an eye, the primal chaos was born and destroyed. As he clenched and relaxed his fists, he was about to open up a great cosmos. He quickly restrained his aura and recovered his calm. In the following tens of thousands of years, he was in the primal chaos, deducing his future path. At the same time, he explored the primal chaos patterns and continuously perfected his Tao. His cultivation deepened with each passing day and his strength became increasingly powerful. The Tao ancestor was very powerful. Many of them were pioneers of a brand new path of evolution. Moreover, they had walked to an extremely profound domain and could now spread this great Tao throughout the world. Of course, most of the creatures followed the path of their predecessors. When their strength reached this domain, they could barely be called Tao ancestors. It could be said that in the early days, this kind of title was usually given to the founder of a system. Their strength was extremely powerful, far exceeding that of immortal kings. Later on, following the ancient method and the path of their predecessors, many creatures reached this level. Thus, the title of half-immortal emperor came into being. Evolvers of this level weren't too far from the immortal emperor realm. When this system was carried forward and reached the end, it was the end of the road. Normally, those who reached the end of the road were invincible and respected as immortal emperors. Primogenitors rarely appeared in the world. Even if they did, no one in the world would know. It was just like back then, when the pollen path woman fought against the primogenitor and died on the plateau. Huang resisted the three great primogenitors for endless years. No one in the outside world knew about these things. That was why in this world, those who reached the end of the road were respected as immortal emperors. This was naturally a synonym for unrivaled. 5,000 years later, Chu Feng walked out from the primal chaos. His strength advanced to an extremely shocking level, continuously perfecting the great Tao that followed. However, he needed to become even stronger. The world was rich with heaven and earth spiritual essence, reaching an age extremely suitable for cultivation. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a golden age. In the various cosmos, there were traces of all types of evolutionary paths. It could be said that 100 flowers were blooming. What was rare was that not only did the strange creatures not stop him, they even added fuel to the flames. Chu Feng thought to himself. In the end, he poured all of his Tao skills related to the domain evolution system into one Tao fruit. Meanwhile, the other Tao fruit was going to cultivate the old method. The so-called old method referred to the evolutionary systems that previously existed in this world, for example, the pollen path, Huang's system, Empress Ye's own path, the Empress system, and others. Once one's strength reached such a level, they would inevitably have their own unique things. Otherwise, how could they have such great accomplishments? For example, after Huang deduced his own system to the extreme, his final method was embodiment transformation and eternity transformation. Even if he taught it to others, they wouldn't be able to reach his level. This kind of trump card, suitable for group battles and invincible one-on-one battles, made even the primogenitors tremble in fear. If it wasn't for the ancestral land that could continuously revive them, Huang would be able to kill them all. Empress Yi and Empress each had their own unique methods. Without a peerless soul and matchless might, how could they offer sacrifices to the Tao? In the final battle, the primogenitors were killed until they didn't dare come out into the world. Even now, they were still healing in the ancestral land. The woman on the pollen path also had her own glorious past. Chu Feng moved forward in solitude, trying to cultivate the old method in silence. He used the second Tao fruit to refine all kinds of evolutionary systems. In order to become stronger, he dared to try and didn't hesitate to take risks. Of course, although he tried all kinds of systems with the second Tao fruit, he still focused on the pollen path and the Empress method. After all, he had all kinds of breathing techniques in that mysterious seed. Naturally, it was suitable for him to walk the pollen path. At the same time, Yao Yao also passed on the Empress complete path to him. He could also use it as reference to cultivate the second Tao fruit. At this level, if he was willing and didn't hesitate to take risks, he would naturally achieve certain results. Obviously, walking the path of others would ultimately be suppressed by a ceiling. Fortunately, he had walked the domain evolution path and could use the most powerful first Tao fruit in this domain to help him break through. The ruins had existed for 3,270,000 years. Chu Feng had walked the dual Tao fruit path and was extremely powerful. He wanted to find some strange Tao ancestors to analyze, but in the end, he restrained himself. If he really touched such a level of life form, he might alarm the immortal emperor and the primogenitors. He had all kinds of methods to examine himself. After all, after he constructed the domain, he could even use the primal chaos lightning, killing moves of various systems, and even the strange creature's trump cards to temporarily hack and sharpen himself. More than 3 million years have passed, But I still haven't forgotten those old matters, those people, those heavy, sorrowful, regretful, touching, and warm memories. All of the past remains in my heart as before. Chu Feng said softly. In the depths of the primal chaos, his whole body shone. Then, he tore through time and space and disappeared from his original position. Tao ancestors were quasi-immortal emperors with unfathomable strength. They had enough power to wander through different spacetimes. Now, Chu Feng was going against the river of time and heading toward the ancient times. Of course, he had the stone jar on him to conceal the heavenly secrets to avoid alarming the primogenitors and immortal emperors. Chu Feng went against time and walked toward ancient history. As expected, those powerful predecessors, as long as they were close to the Tao ancestor level, were erased in the spacetime of history. There was no trace of them in the past. He knew about this a long time ago, but he still felt a wave of sadness. Chu Feng couldn't bear to watch. He directly hurried to a certain spacetime node and returned to the era before Earth recovered. He stood outside his own room and looked at his parent. Tears immediately appeared in his eyes. After so many years, he had always wanted to see them again. Now that he had become a powerful quasi-immortal emperor, his wish was finally fulfilled. Only, he couldn't get closer, couldn't make contact with them. Even though he went against the river of time, he was powerless to change anything, to the extent where he couldn't even call out to them. He was a quasi-immortal emperor who forcefully went against the flow of time, already enduring the pressure of space-time. Meanwhile, his parents were mortals. If they spoke, it was unknown what would happen. Even though they were only inches apart, they still couldn't communicate. Looking at their no longer young but amiable faces, Chu Feng really wanted to shout out Mom and Dad. However, he could only silently watch, tears sliding down from his eyes. After so many tens of thousands of years, he finally had strong emotional fluctuations again. He was no longer numb, no longer cold, no longer only thinking about revenge. Even though Chu Feng was close at hand, he was separated by time and space. His parents were preparing dinner there, their kind faces chattering endlessly. From time to time, they would look towards the door. Were they waiting for him to return home? Chu Feng turned around, full of reluctance and tears as he left this home. He adjusted his mood and went to see old friends one after another. He looked at the yellow cattle, the Wudong old master, the black yak, a group of old friends who had gone through life and death together. Soon after, spacetime changed. He arrived in a great desert, the sunset dyed the sky red. There was a young lady sitting on the desert, currently muttering something. That was Zhou. Back then, Chu Feng had a premonition that the world was about to change. In the last peaceful moments after his marriage, he had taken Zhou to travel through the great rivers and mountains, leaving behind footprints everywhere. On that day, they had stopped in this desert for a very long time. At that time, Zhou had told him that no matter what happened in the future, he should take care of himself and live on. If she was no longer here, he shouldn't be sad or cry. When he missed her, he could come here to find her. I'll be waiting for you in the past, in the desert dyed red by the sunset. Zhou's words from back then seemed to be echoing in Chu Feng's ears. Did she have a premonition back then? She and Chu Feng would be separated forever, so she hoped that he would take care of himself. If he wanted to see her, he could come here when Chu Feng was strong enough. He could revisit this old place and look at her across the years. Chu Feng felt heartache and sorrow. Looking at the desert dyed red by the sunset, he felt boundless sorrow. In the end, Zhou was right. She was no longer here, so he came here to see her. In the desert, under the blood-colored sunset, Zhou's face was so brilliant, but the tears at the corner of her eyes betrayed the sorrow and reluctance in her heart. Chu Feng, you have to take care of yourself. If I really disappear, you can travel the river of time and come here to meet me at this juncture of time. If you go, I won't be here either. Zhou's murmur streaked across space-time. The words of the past had never dissipated. Chu Feng's heart was filled with an indescribable sourness. She really was no longer here, and he had gone against the river of time to arrive here. Yet, he could only look at her quietly. In the end, Chu Feng resolutely turned around and didn't stay any longer. His heart was filled with sorrow, and he was even more moved. It was full of joys, sorrows, and bitterness. On the way, he saw Yao Yao, Ying Xiao, and many other old friends. It was as if a ball of flame was burning in his heart. It was no longer ice cold, and there was no longer only the word revenge. There's primordial substance in the vile earth. It's the root of the evolution of strange creatures. And I have all of you. The figures of the old friends in my heart are my primordial substance. They're the home and source of my dreams. I will find all of you and bring you back. Chu Feng returned to the present world. There was a flame in his heart that illuminated the road ahead. He had to become strong enough to sweep through the vile earth. Only then could he see his old friends again. Chapter 1671. In the modern world, the mortal world was flourishing and resplendent. All kinds of evolutionary paths had appeared and 100 schools of thought contended. This was an extremely good era. Chu Feng gazed at the surging mortal world. He was silent because this was an era that didn't belong to him. In the various universes, the spiritual energy became increasingly dense. The great era was splendid and magnificent, but no one knew what would be left behind in the end. Chu Feng turned around and no longer looked back. He went to perfect his own path. His conviction became increasingly firm and unshakable. One day, he would kill his way into that plateau. Spirit fruits and great medicines could be seen from time to time in the depths of the mountains. During the past hundreds of thousands of years, the Earth's crust had shifted. The broken mountains and collapsed peaks had long since disappeared. New immortal mountains and pure lands had appeared. In the great wilderness, immortal herbs and divine trees would occasionally appear. Medicinal fragrances assailed the nostrils and sacred fruits were plentiful. These were great fortunes for explorers. The years calmed down the ruins era and the glorious era arrived. Finally, people from all realms became immortals in succession in the following thousands of years. The great 1,000 universes were full of vitality and a myriad of phenomena. To those with lofty ambitions, the era of fortune that belonged to them had arrived. The first entity to charge into the heavens might become the main character of the next era and become an immortal ancestor. Since some people had become immortals, an even more profound realm was waiting for them to explore. Some immortal entities hoped to control a large universe and become immortal ancestors. There were also many fortunes for ordinary evolvers. After the end of the spirit extinction era, all kinds of spirit medicines appeared in the wilderness. It was as if they were growing explosively after being suppressed. Chu Feng had reached the peak of the Tao ancestor realm in terms of domain evolution. During this period, he had wanted to attack the Tao ancestors who had come out of the vile earth several times, but he held back in the end. He walked among the mountains and rivers and had deduced his own path to the end. He could take that step at any time and become a true life form at the end of the road. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through. Once he took that step, the world would be turned upside down. This meant that he could contend against and even kill immortal emperors. He wasn't far from the primogeniture realm. He firmly believed that once he became an emperor, he would be able to kill the immortal emperors of the strange races. He did not act rashly. Instead, he was waiting for the other fruit of the path to ascend to this level. The old technique was the crystallization of the efforts of the woman from the pollen road, the great empress, and many other predecessors. This was extremely difficult. At this level, the two Tao fruits in one's body were already clashing a bit. A single mistake and his foundation would collapse. The so-called dual Tao fruits was far from being as easy as he had imagined. It was very likely to be a dead end. However, Chu Feng did not give up. He felt that he had to fight to the death. Otherwise, how could he fight against the progenitors at the end of the plateau? If he wanted revenge, if he wanted to see his family again, and if he wanted to see those who had died in the past, he had to be strong enough to suppress the primogenitor. Otherwise, even if he had 1,000 ways to recall his memories, or even to reveal his parents, in the end, it would all be for naught. He was the only one who survived from that era. He had to carry the burden forward, forcing himself to risk his life to open up the great Tao and explore the path of invincibility. Only then would he have the possibility to dig through the wretched earth. In the following years, he went to the Spirit River to refine soul matter. He perfected the old Tao fruit and cultivated the wonderful 10 treasures technique. Later on, he went to many other places. In this era where the spiritual qi was dense to the extreme, he dug up countless mutant earths and allowed the seeds in the stone jar to germinate and blossom. He was still completing the old Tao fruit. This was truly dangerous. As the old Tao fruit approached the end of the road, Chu Feng was in danger of dying several times. There was an indescribable order flickering between the 2 Tao fruits, and they would collide at any moment. It's still not the time. When there's a day when I sacrifice the Tao, I'll sacrifice both of you at the same time. That will be the moment when you two flourish to the extreme. It will be the most important node on my path of evolution. In the end, Chu Feng used domain techniques to carve runes on his body and separate the 2 Tao fruit. It was truly because his domain techniques were world-shaking that he could succeed. The old Tao fruit wasn't a system he had walked out of himself. It was difficult to break through the ceiling at every realm. He needed to attack continuously, especially now that he had mixed in many essences of the evolutionary civilization. The old Tao fruit was very close to the end of the road and could even forcibly break through to become an emperor. However, Chu Feng, who pursued the peak of power, wouldn't tolerate leaving behind a single flaw. His strict requirements for perfection were all for the sake of killing the primogenitor one day. The world was rich in spiritual qi and had arrived at the golden age of cultivation. A new era had long since begun. But Chu Feng still used the time of the ruins to measure time. Presently, 359 million years had passed since the ultimate battle that had buried the entire world. After several thousand years, Chu Feng had also developed the old Tao fruit to the peak of the Tao ancestor realm. He felt that the road was right before him and that he could break through to become an emperor. Both Tao fruits had reached the peak of this domain and had been completely trod by him. Now it was time for him to transform and advance. One day, he sensed an abnormality. When he turned around, he saw the lady from the pollen path. She was actually still there and had revived today. She hadn't completely disappeared like back then. However, after she spoke, Chu Feng's heart immediately sank. I've failed and am about to die forever. The lady from the pollen path had previously stepped into the Tao sacrifice domain. She could be said to be one of the most powerful individuals in history. Chu Feng really hoped that she could revive so that in the future, the two of them could slaughter their way into the vile earth together. However, it seemed like he could only fight a bloody battle alone. She succeeded, and it was still her own doing. Quite abruptly, the flower pollen path girl actually said this again. What was going on? Chu Feng was shocked. The pollen path lady said softly, Linoy succeeded, about to step into the half-immortal emperor realm. It is still herself, not me. His future path can be looked forward to. Chu Feng was stupefied. After so many tens of thousands of years, he heard this name again. Last time, he couldn't find her even after going against time. At that time, he released a light sigh, believing that she might have been caught up in the battle between immortal emperors or even primogenitors, erased from history. Now that he heard this type of news, he was greatly moved. Suddenly, Chu Feng recalled something. The pollen path lady had previously told High Heavens Luo that she had previously reflected a figure. Could it be that this was Linoy? However, she didn't give Linoy her memories of the past. Immediately afterwards, the pollen path lady pointed out a path. Domain symbols appeared beneath Chu Feng's feet, silently cutting open a great cosmos, arriving in a different heaven and earth. He saw Linoy in a valley shrouded in light mist. She was still as cold and elegant as before, her great Tao aura restrained. Now, she reached the limits of the immortal king realm, able to step into the half-immortal emperor realm at any time. It was clear that she was extremely shocked. Even someone as cold and elegant as her couldn't calm down after seeing Chu Feng. She slowly revealed a smile, and then tears flowed down. She arrived before Chu Feng. "You're still here, it really is great." Lin Naoi spoke. There was joy in her voice, but there was also boundless sadness. For so many years, she had also walked alone. The reason she was able to live was naturally because of the pollen path lady. Back then, she sent her away, moreover using unfathomable methods to protect her. Being able to reunite and see her again, Chu Feng naturally felt endless emotions, feeling both joy and sadness. After all these years, he finally met someone from the same generation again, moreover, their relationship was previously incomparably close. "We both have to live properly." Chu Feng looked at her. "You two were separated because of me and also reunited because of me. Everything is up to fate." After saying these words, the pollen path lady completely disappeared. Linhui released a light sigh, feeling a bit sad. Her emotions rose and fell, finding it difficult to calm down. Even though the pollen path lady didn't give her the memories of the past, she gave her many pointers. Were they originally one? No, in the end, it was more like a master and disciple relationship. Linoy and Chu Feng came from the same generation. After reuniting in this world, they had too many things they wanted to say. During the endless years, both of them experienced the great world's sorrow alone, chewed on the bitterness of an entire era, enduring it alone. Later on, Linoy mentioned some things which caused Chu Feng's heart to tremble. The bronze coffin, which was related to both the primordial Celestial Emperor and Celestial Emperor Yi, was likely of great origins. The original owner of the bronze coffin was most likely a creature from the bizarre race's great ceremony. This was what the pollen path lady had told her. So much so that the pollen path lady suspected that the stone jar in Chu Feng's hand was actually one with the bronze coffin. It was an urn. Chu Feng stood frozen in place and didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, the two walked side by side through the mountains and rivers, passing through one great world after another. Chu Feng showed her his Tao fruit. "Unfortunately, I've already used this seed. If I plant it again now, I'll probably need special soil at the Immortal Emperor level, and the flowers will only be suitable for Immortal Emperors." Chu Feng was somewhat regretful. If he hadn't used it, he could have given it to Linhui. After all, he had already stepped onto the path of his own domain evolution. As for the old path, he could use other methods to make up for it. Linhui shook her head and told him that she didn't need this seed. That was because the pollen path lady had given her the rest of the treasures. She still had the spirituality of the pollen in her body. After this seed blooms in the Immortal Emperor domain, it will complete a reincarnation and start all over again, Linhui informed him. In the past, the pollen path lady had made the seed repeat this process several times. Its extreme point was the Immortal Emperor domain. After the last flower blooms, it would complete a reincarnation. As such, she had collected a lot of spirituality from the pollen. Even though she was only a wisp of vague consciousness, she once again gathered those special pollen elements from her old haunt and gifted them to Linhui. 800 years later, Chu Feng brought Linhui into the depths of the primal chaos. He set up a domain for her and completely isolated her from the outside world. He watched as she broke through and became a quasi-immortal emperor. 5,000 years later, Chu Feng took the most important step on his own cultivation path. The path of perfection transformed. With a Hong sound, the primal chaos was shattered. He became an emperor. That domain that hid heaven's mysteries almost collapsed. He quickly replenished all types of innate spiritual objects, primal chaos treasures, and other things, restoring the vast and complex domain. This wasn't all. Chu Feng's old Dao fruit method followed closely behind, also breaking through, becoming an emperor on the path of perfection. This time, even though he was prepared, he still almost died. The two Dao fruits clashed more and more. In the end, they were separated by the most complex domain symbols he engraved. It was to the extent where he wanted nothing more than to split his body into two, turn into two selves, each possessing a Dao fruit. Only after a long time had passed did he slowly return to one body. Chu Feng's entire body was covered in blood. At this level, he was still injured, unable to stop the bleeding for a long time. It was naturally a bit serious. Linoi shed tears. Even though she stepped into the half-immortal emperor domain, she still couldn't approach Chu Feng, who was breaking through. She wanted to go up, but she was immediately stopped by Chu Feng. No matter, I only need to cultivate for several tens of thousands of years, and then I will become extremely powerful. Chu Feng's eyes were brilliant. After 2,650,000 years, Chu Feng completely recovered. The cracks on his foundation disappeared, completely restored. He became an immortal emperor with two Dao fruits. Chapter 1672. Chu Feng tempered himself and carved a peerless killing domain in the depths of the primal chaos. From the primal chaos heavenly tribulation lightning to all the great Dao attacks of the ancient laws, they were all applied to himself. He used his physical body to resist and soul light to meet the attacks, killing to the point of madness. In this era, he couldn't go out. Without an opponent, he fought with himself and separated the two Dao fruit. He killed until the two of them were almost dead and their origins were shattered. But he didn't hesitate at all. Since he couldn't find an opponent now, he could only restrain himself and not hunt down the strange race's immortal emperors. Like this, he risked his life to temper himself. Linoi stood outside the domain with boundless killing power. She was very worried for Chu Feng, afraid that he wouldn't care about his own life and would really encounter an accident. She saw the boiling battle intent under his calm exterior. As the long years passed, he had always longed for that battle. When he swooped down to the vile earth one day, it would definitely shake the world and shock the past and present. Chu Feng killed for countless years. His domains were broken and repaired again and again, and he continuously superimposed all kinds of attacks to suppress himself. In this era of ruins where there were no enemies and in this special situation, he killed to the point of madness. He actually nurtured boundless killing intent by himself. He seemed to have fought for several eras as the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows flowed with the power of calamity. Until one day, he stopped and discovered that many tens of thousands of years had already passed. He sat cross-legged on the spot for a long time before calming his emotions and returning to silence and profundity. Era of ruins for 21 million years. Chu Feng and Linoi walked out of the primal chaos and once again walked through the world. They spent a period of peace and tranquility together as they looked at the great rivers and mountains. During this period of tens of thousands of years, Linoi accompanied Chu Feng to all parts of the world and left their traces in the great thousand cosmos. Chu Feng was inscribing domain runes. Quietly and invisibly, he transformed one great world after another into a domain. During this period of time, they were peaceful and auspicious. They had been alone for endless years, and being able to reunite in this era was the best compensation for them. But the two of them couldn't believe in fate. The so-called heavens had already been trampled underfoot by others. The only thing they could trust and firmly believe in was themselves. The sea turns to dust, the lightning withers. Chu Feng sighed with sorrow. They walked through many places. There were many worlds where the oceans of the past had already dried up, the blue seas turning into mulberry fields. This wasn't written in words, but rather a true reflection. In this era, the spiritual energy was so dense that it could not be dispersed. However, there were no heavenly tribulations. All the evolvers had yet to undergo tribulations, and the thunder tribulations seemed to have dried up. During this period of time, Linoy's accumulations erupted, finally reaching the peak of the half-immortal Emperor path. However, she didn't choose to break through, continuing to accumulate. Walking together with Chu Feng, she received many inspirations. She was not willing to follow the path of the women of the flower pollen road, but wanted to open up another path of Tao, but it was too difficult. She didn't desire to walk a completely different evolutionary path, only continuously settling down, taking new steps to make up for her current path. This was a warm and beautiful period of time. She and Chu Feng spent time together, never separated, and went to many old places together. Recalling the past, she was moved, sad, and had too many feelings. During these years, when the two walked together, they rarely felt that kind of loneliness from the bustling world of mortals and the resplendent world of mortals. I've found a path. Regardless of whether or not I can open another path, I will break through to the Emperor realm. Linoy informed Chu Feng that she was going into seclusion. This time, she was prepared to travel through time and space, tread on the traces left behind by the women of the flower pollen road, and then verify her own Tao. Chu Feng nodded. He sent her into the depths of the primal chaos and constructed a domain to conceal her aura. Even if she woke up one day and began to break through, the creatures of the plateau wouldn't be able to sense it. You must be careful when traveling through time and space. Don't get lost. Chu Feng reminded her softly. He felt that if Linoy were to walk this path, it would probably take a long time and there would be a certain amount of risk. If she were to immerse herself in the past and replace herself with the woman of the flower pollen road, it would be easy for variables to appear. In that case, what would happen if she didn't wake up? Even if she did, who would she be? Don't worry, I'm confident. She's no longer here, and at the same time, she's determined not to return. I'm just myself. Linoy reassured him. She was silent in that domain as though she had fallen into a deep sleep. Chu Feng stood there for a long time before leaving. He began to work hard to improve himself. The ruins had existed for 4,590,000 years. Chu Feng had almost traveled through the heavens. He analyzed the various lands in silence without leaving any traces, but in truth, he had carved domain runes. Although it could be said that he was walking the path of evolution and the mighty power belonged to him, this didn't mean that he had to give up the original murderous power of the domains. One day, if he were to go on an expedition to the vile lands, he would do everything he could in hopes that he could use the domains of the heavens to blast the entire plateau to pieces. Although this was likely difficult and he didn't know the results, he still worked hard to arrange and try during the evolution process. During this period of time, he found all the special terrains that appeared on the stone jar in the various worlds. When he entered and exited these terrifying and dangerous places, all he saw were scenes of the past. He extracted the densely packed patterns and used them as reference to perfect his own Tao. After stepping through those dangerous lands, Chu Feng saw one tragedy after another. Those were the main characters of their respective great eras. They were all quasi-immortal emperors, and there were even true immortal emperors who died under the mountains and rivers. They were swallowed up by the plateau connected to the reincarnation path and turned into dangerous land. They should have illuminated the ages, but they had all become bloody pasts that few people knew about. Jar, do you have a spirit? You are recording the dust-laden past and the sorrow of the past. What exactly do you want to do? What do you want to express? Chu Feng sighed softly with doubt. The stone jar shone, vibrating with wung-wung sounds. It indeed had a spirit, but it was muddled and ignorant. It recorded the history of bloodshed, but it was powerless to change anything. Then, Chu Feng went to the sacrificial sea again, analyzing those ruined cosmos. There were countless great worlds buried here, endless, making even him feel greatly strained. However, he still immersed himself within, unable to free himself. Many tens of thousands of years later, Chu Feng withdrew from this place. He changed his target, heading towards that ancient altar, the land of sacrifice for the strange races. It was incredibly grand, towering at the center of the sacrificial sea. It was known as the land of sacrifice for immortal emperors. Chu Feng felt a bit of restraining fear towards this place. He was extremely careful. In the end, he observed and explored from the distance, refining all types of strange symbols. In the end, he left into the distance. He didn't want to startle the ancestors. At the very least, he couldn't act rashly at this moment. After he sacrificed himself to the Tao, he wanted to come here again to find some secrets. This world became brilliant. The great golden era descended. Even though Chu Feng was using ruined ruins to measure time, the human world had long changed great eras. In this new great era, everything was flourishing. Immortal king-level creatures began to appear. Strictly speaking, the ruined ruins spirit extinction era, compared to the past great eras, even though it wasn't that long, it could still be considered an old great era that had passed. Even though Chu Feng felt a bit of disappointment, he admitted that the past was still buried in the past, buried in the dust. Those people, those things, were already no longer visible. This brand new great era was extremely dazzling. After the peak of prosperity, it didn't decline, but instead flourished again, continuously becoming glorious. There were some immortal kings who were comprehending the Tao, striving to reach the peak. In the various worlds, even though there were many evolved beings, no one could transcend the heavens, able to overlook the great thousand cosmos. This was why this great era was named. It was because their experiences were still too few. There weren't any old monsters like the 9 Daos or the rotten corpse that survived, let alone the virtuous predecessors who had reached the end of their paths. Meanwhile, Chu Feng only silently watched, not revealing himself in this new great era. Revival era. In the end, it was the strange creatures who gave this great era its name. Chu Feng didn't dare deal a fatal blow to immortal emperors, but he had researched and analyzed immortal kings in certain danger spots, so he naturally knew about these rumors. Ruined Ruins era, Revival era, even though it hadn't been too long, still quite short compared to past great eras, it really had already been 2 great eras. Ruined Ruins era, 4,910,000 years. Chu Feng carried the stone jar, gazing at the vile earth from afar. In the era when the primogenitor was asleep, he came to the plateau to study the patterns within. Only, he had just arrived, hurriedly taking a look, and then he turned to leave. He had a strange premonition that if he stayed for too long, he might be discovered by the primogenitor and awaken from his slumber. After he left, he directly entered the ancient reincarnation path, starting to study the ancient underworld. This was an unfathomable land, with all types of strange and powerful ruined patterns. Chu Feng didn't know fatigue, immersing himself within, walking for hundreds of thousands of years. The ancient underworld, the ancient reincarnation path, was completely silent, lifeless, and without the slightest sound. It was like a densely packed spider web that connected the heavens, with paths leading to all the universes. Of course, there were also paths leading to the plateau, but Chu Feng didn't set foot on those dark paths filled with strange auras. One day, while Chu Feng was exploring one of the ruined paths of the ancient underworld alone, he sensed something and disappeared in an instant, appearing at the end of the path. That place was connected to the exit of a great universe, and there was a situation there. Chu Feng's pupils rapidly contracted. He saw a corpse. It caused his body to sway a bit. Although many years had passed, 2 epochs had passed, that person's voice, face, and smile seemed as if it was yesterday. It was right in front of his eyes and was difficult to erase. This was a woman who used to be elegant and otherworldly, but now, her face was snow white without the slightest trace of blood. There was no vitality. Yao Yao. Chu Feng felt grief in his heart. She had lost the liveliness of the past, and her hair was loose as she lay there quietly. Her soul was dead without the slightest sound. In the end, had Yao Yao died in the past? With Chu Feng's cultivation, he could naturally sense that she was only an empty shell. She had long since lost her soul. The once incomparably stunning woman known as the number one under the starry skies had unexpectedly met here. The ending hadn't changed, and she still perished. However, as a powerhouse at the end of the road, Chu Feng had divine instincts that surpassed the understanding of the world. He could sense the past, present, and future. Huh! His expression changed, and his eyes blossomed with brilliance, illuminating this reincarnation path. Some old scenes appeared before his eyes. Back then, it was the Empress who had sent Yao Yao away. Although he couldn't see the Empress anymore and had disappeared from history, Chu Feng still restored the past. That day, Yao Yao had been pierced by a powerful and strange creature with a spear and nailed to the ground. Pitiful and regretful, her body had disintegrated, leaving only residual blood that dyed the battlefield red. In the end, the Empress took advantage of the primogenitors' return to the end of the plateau and seized the only opportunity to send some people away. Among them was the place where Yao Yao had perished, the blood-stained earth, and she was transported away. Most of the people he had saved back then had perished. Chu Feng hadn't encountered any of them before this. As for Linoy, she had been sent away by the woman from the Pollen Road in advance. Chu Feng covered Yao Yao's body with a piece of clothing and then sat cross-legged to one side. With a single thought, he laid out a domain and chanted a mantra. How could the might of an immortal emperor be ordinary when he did this? He condensed countless tiny strands of light from the void. They came from the ancient times, from the present world, and converged into Yao Yao's body. There was soul light in her body. Chu Feng was delighted. At his level, he could naturally illuminate old friends in the past and bring them back to life. As long as the primogenitor hadn't personally killed them, he was certain he could succeed. But he had never done this before because interfering with the past and using world-shaking immortal emperor methods to change fate would have too great an effect. It might alarm the monster at the end of the plateau. Moreover, in this era, even if he illuminated those old friends, what could he do? If he was discovered and if he died in battle, those people would find it difficult to escape a tragic ending. After the pain, he endured it because he didn't want to alarm the primogenitor. He hadn't sacrificed his Tao yet and couldn't completely understand the primogenitor's methods. He couldn't predict how sharp their perception was. Now, he wasn't illuminating the past. He was just using the method of understanding the nature of creation to capture the abnormal remnants of spiritual light and gather them together. As expected, Yao Yao's soul light was ignited. Although Yao Yao's face was pale, she opened her eyes and recovered. Her body gradually recovered its vitality. However, Chu Feng's heart was shaken. The moment he saw her wake up, he naturally saw through the past, present, and future with his strength. "Are you still Yao Yao?" he asked. "Yes, I am, but I have some old memories. Perhaps it's also her. Chu Feng, we meet again." As Yao Yao spoke, her soul light became more and more intense. She gradually recovered and had an increasingly powerful vitality. In the past, Yi Qingxian crossed the epoch to build a bridge of communication between Huang and Yi. This involved great karma. Moreover, the primogenitor had personally killed her, so it was very difficult to revive her. In order to save Yi Qingxian, Celestial Emperor Yi had prepared two paths. One was to illuminate her in the past and use the myriad Qi cauldron to protect her and guide her back. The other path was that back then, Huang and Yi Xing took action together and left behind a drop of her blood that had lost its vitality in the long river of history. In the end, that drop of blood was cast into the bloodline of a certain descendant, hoping that she would awaken one day. That drop of blood that had lost all vitality fell into Yao Yao's body. At the final moment of the ultimate battle, The Empress teleported her away and enlightened that drop of blood, leaving behind hope for her resurrection. In reality, after endless years, that blood-stained earth continuously changed. In the end, Yao Yao's blood and that drop of blood intertwined and gained vitality. Endless time passed and her body was reconstructed. However, the process was extremely slow. Only several tens of thousands of years ago did her body completely appear here. Then, her flesh and blood shone and emitted countless fine patterns that scattered between heaven and earth. That was her soul that broke down between heaven and earth. Not only was she waiting for a chance to completely resurrect, but it was also a type of cultivation. Facing death and rebirth was a difficult but feasible path. In the past, Yi Qingxian had been protected by Huang and Yi together. She was also enlightened by the Empress, so the remnant blood that had lost its vitality was revived. She intertwined with Yao Yao and came back in this world. I'm still me. There's also a part of her. Yao Yao spoke and revealed the truth. After all, endless years had passed. Back then, Yi Qingxian only had a drop of remnant blood left. After her resurrection, there wasn't much left. It was her and also Yao Yao. It's good that you can come back. How could Chu Feng not be happy and excited? He originally thought the once unrivaled woman had passed away forever. Last time he reversed time, he only vaguely caught a glimpse of her figure. Chu Feng thought her blood-stained land had been affected by the battle between immortal emperors and primogenitors. Now, it seemed that everything was because the three emperors had interfered with her fate. That was why it was difficult for Chu Feng to capture her figure clearly with his Dao ancestor realm. Chu Feng brought Yao Yao away and accompanied her into this brilliant world. He told her about the great changes that had taken place over the years. Almost everyone from my generation has died. After Yao Yao learned of this, she wasn't as quick-witted as before. She was dejected. The entire era had been buried. It was too heavy. All the virtuous people of the past had died in battle. Chu Feng accompanied her to many places. As expected, the passage of time had changed everything. There were no longer the familiar mountains and rivers, let alone the people from back then. They were all gone. I'm going into seclusion. I'm going to cultivate, said Yao Yao. After so many years, she had used up too much time just to recover and return to the world. But she was extraordinary after all. Facing death to live was also cultivation. Now she was in the immortal king realm. Chu Feng sent Yao Yao into the depths of the primal chaos. He didn't want her to be discovered during her evolution and breakthrough. With her talent, she should be able to break through very quickly. However, the changes in the world were always unexpected. When the great world was resplendent, flourishing to the extreme and flourishing again, the sky was about to change. The creatures from the vile land came out, led by a Dao ancestor. An immortal emperor stood at the back and looked down on the myriad realms to carry out a small sacrifice. All kinds of calamities fell from the world. Glaring light streaked across the sky and smashed a few powerful orthodoxies. Even immortal kings could only bleed. But this time, the strange creatures didn't personally take action. They didn't wantonly reap the lives of evolvers. They only stood towering in the firmament and sent down natural disasters, shaking the foundation of the great world of the revival era. How can one become strong if they are too comfortable? Only blood and chaos can promote growth and collide to create an even more brilliant evolutionary civilization. The immortal emperor standing behind the Dao ancestor said coldly. He didn't take action. It was enough for a quasi-immortal emperor to send down all kinds of disasters. This was the first time the evolvers of the revival era knew that there seemed to be an unfathomable creature interfering with them. It was a serious threat to the survival of the various races. After the natural disaster, the world's population decreased by 20%. It was the same for the evolvers. Although many experts and orthodoxies were erased, most people stayed and were still alive. The world's spiritual chi had weakened for a short period, but it flourished again after several tens of thousands of years. Evolutionary civilization began to flourish again, and experts emerged in large numbers. With the arrival of the glorious era, although it was only a small ceremony and 80% of the living beings were still alive, this was indeed a new era. Comparatively speaking, the ruined era and the revival era were very short. They were much shorter than the other great eras. Of course, there were also some eras like these two eras. Not every era was very long. For example, the Gray Era that Chu Feng experienced, or the Glorious Era that Gu Qing spoke of, were even shorter. Not counting the Gray Era that had already passed, after the ultimate battle, the Ruined Era, the Revival Era, and now the Glorious Era, Chu Feng could be considered someone who had experienced 3 eras after the Great Calamity. He vaguely felt some kind of pressure. It was as if malice was reviving and about to descend. Could it be that the primogenitor was about to awaken? He frowned. In this era, he did everything he could to perfect his own method. He wanted to take that step as soon as possible. He wanted to succeed in the Tao sacrifice. However, even though he felt uneasy and impatient, he still endured it in the end and didn't take the risk. He continuously comprehended the Tao and deduced the path of dual Tao fruits to the extreme, doing his best to erase the flaws. Until one day, when he woke up from the state of the Tao evolution, he didn't even know how many years had passed. He couldn't accurately measure the time in the ruined ruins. Many tens of thousands of years had passed since the glorious era. Chu Feng entered the depths of the primal chaos to visit Linoi and Yao Yao. They had already successfully entered the immortal emperor realm. This made him feel as if a lifetime had passed. How many years had passed? He had forgotten the passage of time and didn't rush back to protect them. Although he knew that they should be able to advance with their foundations, he still felt a lingering fear. This seclusion and Tao evolution seemed to have taken up a long time. He was completely immersed in his own world. Chu Feng came and left in a hurry. He went deeper into the primal chaos and began to arrange domains. He was ready to sacrifice the Tao. He had that feeling that he could knock on the door. Of course, this might just be his misconception. He was worried that another era would end if he continued to wait. What worried him the most was that the number of primogenitors in the vile earth would increase. Whether it's the Great Era or the Minor Era, it can be said that I've experienced 4 or 5 eras. The Gray Era included the Eternal Era, the Ruined Era, the Revival Era, and the Glorious Era. It's a very long time. On this day, Chu Feng raised the 2 great Tao fruits to their limits and deduced the path in his heart into the sacrificial Tao domain. Finally, he began to put it into action. Within the grand domain, Chu Feng broke through and sacrificed his own Tao fruit. Endless flames burned within the inconceivably powerful domain. Chu Feng's Tao fruit illuminated the void as it collapsed and disappeared continuously. He surpassed the limits and stood above the world, jumping out of the so-called eternity. All karma was destroyed. Chu Feng had experienced a terrifying death tribulation and was once in eternal silence. All traces of his existence had disappeared. He sacrificed 2 Tao fruits to the Tao. This was too violent. Only when all living things withered and the domain became silent and all fluctuations disappeared did a speck of light blossom. His figure slowly appeared. He had succeeded. Is this the sacrificial Tao? Chu Feng stretched his body and felt an omnipotent power. The heavenly Tao, various laws, and order had all lost their meaning to him. All that was left were the condensed runes of his own path of evolution. With a single thought, the runes around him flowed. The mountains and rivers of chaos were also filled with his Tao sacrificial runes. Although he had just broken through, because he successfully sacrificed 2 Tao fruits to the Tao, he was directly pushed to an extremely high level. It was also because he had entered the sacrificial Tao level that the sense of danger in Chu Feng's heart became increasingly intense. He was strong enough, so his senses were even sharper. There was malice awakening in the unseen world. He knew that the primogenitors had awakened. Perhaps there wasn't much time left for him, or even none. Chu Feng left the primal chaos and entered the present world. As expected, the strange creatures appeared more frequently. Very soon, he learned some terrifying truths from the strange creatures walking outside. At the end of the revival era, 10 immortal emperors were added at the end of the plateau. That so-called small sacrifice was not for the creature corresponding to the altar in the depths of the sea, but for the entire plateau. It was to make up for the number of immortal emperors and increase the chances of victory and certainty. Chu Feng's heart sank. At that time, he was at the end of the path realm. As expected, his strength was still insufficient and he couldn't sense all of this. The great sacrifice is about to begin. He obtained this information from the mind of the strange creatures. This made his heart feel exceptionally heavy. He had a premonition that the old monsters of the plateau were going to make up for the number of primogenitors. He successfully broke through and became one of the most powerful people since ancient times. After stepping into the sacrificial Tao domain, his senses were exceptionally terrifying and he saw through a portion of the truth. In reality, if it didn't involve the plateau and primogenitors, Chu Feng could learn all secrets and see through the past, present, and future. As he entered meditation, he sensed even more things. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Chu Feng entered the depths of the primal chaos and found Yao Yao and Lin Hui. He gave them the stone jar, seed, and stone zither. He was going to leave alone and was ready to kill his way into the vile earth at any time. He was walking the path of domain evolution. At his current level, the sacrificial Tao was successful and he didn't need the stone jar to hide his aura. The special domain patterns he had carved were enough to cover everything. He did this as if he was entrusting them with his funeral affairs. The two women's expressions immediately changed and they asked him what happened. The primogenitors are brooding over the matters of the past and are making new deductions. The 4 great primogenitors' strength has returned to its peak and their cultivation has even advanced a bit. They are suspicious and believe that the third variable isn't the Empress. Back then, not only did the primogenitors have a dream, but even Chu Feng himself had a dream in a daze. In that dream, he was sad, pleasantly surprised, mad, cried, laughed, and even killed a primogenitor. He was another variable for Huang and Yi Wei. And in the final battle, the Empress wore a mournful smile and a tear-stained mask to face the primogenitors. This made them mistakenly believe that she was the third variable. Now, the primogenitors were preparing for a big move. They wanted to make up for the number of 10 great primogenitors. Why were they doing this? Chu Feng seriously suspected that they wanted to make new deductions and calculate everything to see if there was a third variable. This was the wisp of truth he had grasped with his omnipotent perception after stepping into the sacrificial Tao domain. After the primogenitors recovered, they seemed to suspect that a creature like him existed in this world. However, it was impossible to deduce an accurate location and clearly determine where he was. It was just like back then. If the 10 ancestors came out together, they could fix the past, present, and future. At that time, nothing could be hidden from them. Wait until we succeed in the sacrificial Tao. Regardless of whether it was Linoi or Yao Yao, they both had a certain amount of confidence. As long as they were given time, the sacrificial Tao wasn't impossible. Chu Feng shook his head. He had already investigated a long time ago. The 2 girls couldn't succeed in this great era. They were still a bit far from that domain. Since the ancient times, no matter how world-shocking one's talents were, once the sacrificial Tao failed, they were destined to die forever, unable to be resurrected. He naturally wouldn't allow them to do this. Right now, they didn't have the slightest chance of success. Can't we wait a bit longer? There might still be time. The 2 girls spoke at the same time. Even though they were usually tranquil and otherworldly, They were now worried. How could they watch as Chu Feng entered the vile earth alone and fought a bloody battle alone? Back then, even Huang Yi and the Empress died in battle. If Chu Feng went alone, he would have to face at least 4 primogenitors. It would most likely be a suicide mission. There's no time. Now, I feel more and more clearly that they are indeed doubting the past. They want the 10 ancestors to come out once more and deduce everything. It should be to make up for the number of primogenitors during this great era's sacrificial ceremony. Chu Feng became more and more certain that his perception wasn't wrong. The sacrificial Dao domain could be said to be omnipotent. It could see through everything, and only creatures of the same level could effectively conceal part of the truth. The 10 ancestors would come out in this great era? Yao Yao and Linoy were silent. Now, only Chu Feng had reached this domain and could fight a decisive battle. The two of them felt powerless. So, I must stop them at the crucial moment and break that process. I can't let so many primogenitors appear at the end of the plateau. He told the 2 girls not to take risks because it was meaningless. The 2 of them temporarily hid in the domain in the depths of the primal chaos and waited for an opportunity. In this battle, he would do everything he could to kill the primogenitors, bore through that plateau, and heavily injure the strange races. Even if he couldn't kill all the enemies, he wouldn't leave behind too much pressure for those who came later. If the 2 girls could successfully break through in the future and set foot in the sacrificial Dao domain, then they might have the chance to completely flatten that plateau. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared. He didn't want to be too heavy, and he didn't want to see them sad. He resolutely left into the distance and told them to wait for his return. He set out on his journey alone, and this time, he might never return. In the following years, Chu Feng traveled through the myriad realms and left his footprints in all the great cosmos. He was inscribing sacrificial Dao runes and transforming them into formlessness. I'm not going alone. I'm relying on the might of the heavens and the hatred of all the predecessors from ancient times to the present. I'm going to kill my way into the vile soil and smash that plateau. Chu Feng was accumulating power and staring at the vile soil at all times. Once there was a change, he would launch a world-shaking attack in advance and kill his way into the plateau before the great sacrifice began. Before this, he was constantly accumulating power to make himself stronger. He knew that the final moment was coming. But before that, he would do his best to become stronger. He wouldn't waste even the slightest chance to increase his cultivation. At the same time, he was also thinking about how he could kill even more primogenitors. Even though he wasn't willing to admit it, the ominous feeling in his heart told him that he was alone, so he most likely couldn't wipe out all of the primogenitors. After all, Huang and Yi only managed to kill 5 even after joining hands. There was no solution to the plateau. It could continuously revive all of the primogenitors. Chu Feng tried everything he could, even preparing for the worst. If in the end all methods are useless, then I'll just give up my life. I'll use my body to feed the inauspicious, do everything I can to come into contact with their primordial matter, become the most powerful strange creature, try to fight evil with evil, wipe them all out. This was Chu Feng's most despairing and pessimistic thought. If everything was impossible, he was willing to risk his life. However, before this, he would carve the most terrifying domain patterns within his own source, giving himself a limited time limit. Before long, he would be destroyed on his own, eternally silent. At the most desperate moment, he would use his body to feed the inauspicious, offering up his true self. The true him would die. If he really couldn't wake up at the critical moment and couldn't use this short opportunity to kill all of the enemies, then the domain patterns within his own source would destroy him. He wouldn't let this world have another great evil that could threaten the heavens. Chu Feng didn't think about returning alive from this battle. His blood would scatter across the vile earth, dyeing that plateau red. He wouldn't run. He had already waited for many years, only waiting for this heaven-shocking strike. Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Emperor Yi, Empress, you all left too early. When Chu Feng saw those people, he felt a bit sad. Was he going to follow in their footsteps? He would no longer exist in this world, all traces of him disappearing in the final battle. If Huang Yi and the Empress didn't die, then he wouldn't be sighing right now. Now, the only one who could resist the primogenitors was himself. Meanwhile, he still wasn't completely prepared when the primogenitors were going to revive and act out. All types of scenes from the battle of the past appeared before Chu Feng's eyes. He was observing, reenacting, thinking about how to kill the enemy more effectively. Huang Yi and the Empress battle accomplishments were extremely glorious, incomparably brilliant. Even though it had ended, whenever he thought of those people and recalled that battle, Chu Feng's blood would still surge, hot tears appearing in his eyes. That battle was too tragic. He hated the fact that he was born at the wrong time, unable to fight shoulder to shoulder with them that day. Eternal Heavenly Emperor Huang, Eternal Heavenly Emperor Yi, Eternal Empress, Eternal Predecessors. Chu Feng was silent. When he thought of those people, his fighting spirit surged and surged. No matter what the outcome was, he had no regrets. He would press forward, give it his all, and pierce through that plateau. Chu Feng's situation was very difficult. In this world, there was no one who could fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He could only try his best to break through. If Heavenly Emperor Huang was alive, if Heavenly Emperor Yi was still alive, if the Empress hadn't passed away, then they would stand together with him today, break through the vile earth, kill their way in, and wipe out the source of the strangeness. How he longed for someone to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. At this point, I couldn't bear to write this. The trilogy, Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Emperor Yi, and the Empress, have all ended. In the background of my WeChat official account, I see many readers asking questions about them. Please wait for the ending. Some spoilers can simply say that Shrouding the Heavens should be released next year, and Holy Ground should be released after Shrouding the Heavens. Perfect World is the fastest, and it will be released soon. This month, on April 23rd, it will be broadcasted on Tencent Video. I'm looking forward to it. I continue to prepare my emotions. Tomorrow, when Chu Feng enters the vile earth alone, everything should end. Chapter 1673. He would first publish a chapter and then continue writing. The world was still resplendent as the glorious era reached its most flourishing point. The flames of the evolved civilization were dazzling in the great thousand world. Outside of the world, Chu Feng was silent and attentive to the wretched earth. He felt an indescribable pressure and a terrifying aura pervaded the air. It could break through the dam at any time and engulf all the great cosmos. He was accumulating power while paying attention to the wretched earth. He grasped the final moments of tranquility and comprehended all the patterns contained in the world and time. He never stopped and left his figure in the sacrificial sea to analyze the patterns. He stood in front of the grand altar for a long time. He paced back and forth on the path of reincarnation like a specter. He searched through the cobweb-like passageways and analyzed the vague and incomplete imprint. Is this the source of the fire? Chu Feng attentively observed the ancient underworld and extracted the primitive patterns from it. Accompanied by wisps of flame, he brought them into the furnace of time. He left the stone jar, the seed, and the stone zither to Linoy and Yao Yao, but he brought the strange furnace with him because he felt it was too ominous. When he was at the Tao ancestor realm, Chu Feng began to use the path of time to refine himself, burning his flesh and soul. He had once experienced the great pain of his body constantly disintegrating. He used the furnace of time to fight enemies, and was called the Fire Tao Ancestor by the strange creatures. No one knew that throughout the endless years, Chu Feng had always been using this furnace to burn himself. Everything was for the sake of tempering himself and becoming stronger. This kind of situation continued until he became an immortal emperor because there wasn't much meaning in burning himself anymore. It was difficult to injure his body and soul. However, in recent years, when he was in the ancient underworld, on the grand altar in the sacrificial sea, he had been analyzing the runes of the ancient underworld, and had been able to extract a strange fiery light from them. It seemed to be the ultimate source of the grand void fire and the ancient eternal flame. He lowered his head and looked at the furnace of time in his hand. Then, he used the flame source he had collected in the furnace to burn himself. It was a bit threatening to the sacrificial cultivator, but the significance wasn't great. But he discovered that this kind of flame had some restraining effect on the strange power. Were the sacrificial altar and the ancient underworld related to a certain creature? Chu Feng came to the creature of the strange race's great sacrifice. He had previously traced the great river of time, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything. Everything was indistinct. The glorious era was an extremely long era, only it was about to end at any time. However, the vile earth still hadn't been activated, as if it was waiting for this era to be bright enough before carrying out the great sacrifice. Chu Feng cherished this oppressive but rare precious time. Not counting the past years, he had been exploring the ancient reincarnation road in the last hundreds of thousands of years, analyzing the ancient imprints and carving his own runes. The amount of demonic flames he had collected was quite impressive, enough to pose a certain threat to living beings of the Tao-worshipping realm. Unfortunately, they were too scattered in the end. There were very few flames left, and it was difficult for them to gather into a blazing flame that rushed into the heavens. After that, Chu Feng also went to the lesser Yin world. He borrowed the Kunlun Mountains and entered the radiant city of death. He took away the coarse stone millstone in the city. After shrinking it, he weighed it in his hand. It was very hard and could be used as a weapon. He suspected that the stone jar, the millstone, and the time furnace had some kind of connection with one another. The great sacrifice hadn't arrived and had been delayed until today. This was very valuable to Chu Feng because his cultivation was sufficiently profound. The main thing was that he had sacrificed the 2 Tao fruits to the Tao. After setting foot in this domain, he immediately broke through to an extremely high level. Now, he was continuously consolidating his might and had the confidence to kill the primogenitor. What's the path after the Tao-worshipping realm? Chu Feng deduced. At this stage, there was only a vast expanse of mist in front of him. He had no direction. Clang! The long blade on his body let out a trembling sound and was suffused with an extremely sharp murderous intent. He knew that the malice of the world was becoming more and more intense. Even his weapon was beginning to sound a warning. He had walked the path of evolution, traversed the heavens, and went deep into the primal chaos. Naturally, he had gathered countless rare treasures and refined more than one weapon. However, none of them were auspicious and peaceful. All of them were weapons of slaughter. The long blade contained boundless murderous power. It was refined in the primal chaos and had drunk Chu Feng's own blood. He had once used this blade to slash himself during the battle between the 2 Tao fruit. In addition, there was a spear on his back. Even though its terrifying aura was restrained, one could tell at a glance that it was a peerless, vicious weapon. Chu Feng's attainments in the domain shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. No one could compare to him. He had used the domain to refine weapons for so many years and had made ample preparations. Apart from this, he also had 9 great banners on him. These were the key items he needed to break down that plateau. Comparatively speaking, the diamond chakram could be considered the most auspicious weapon on him, but now it was also suffused with killing intent. It had previously been forged with his own blood. This day has finally arrived, Chu Feng said softly. He appeared in the world of mortals and sighed softly. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be too far off. In the darkness, He had a premonition that he most likely wouldn't be able to kill all the strange creatures in this battle. He himself would die, but he didn't know how many problems he would be able to solve for those who came after him. I want to kill all of the primogenitors. He wanted to eliminate all of his enemies, but he was unwilling. If he died in the vile land, there would be no more traces of him in this world. He would be just like Huang Yi and the others, just like those of the past. There wouldn't even be a trace of him left in history. If this is a dangerous game of chess, I will use my body to feed the inauspicious and turn into the greatest source of evil. I have to keep it in check. There can't be any accident. He knew that if he reached that step, he would truly die. His true self would collapse, and what was contained in his flesh would no longer be himself. However, he hoped that he would be able to maintain a bit of clear-headedness at the final juncture of the strange mutation. He would then have the opportunity to take action. On this day, apart from reinforcing the domain runes that came from destruction in his origin, Chu Feng was also walking through the heavens and continuously carving veins. On the stone slabs, in the mountains and rivers, in the sunset glow, and among the stars, he carved his own name, leaving behind the memories he engraved with runes. Even though my true self is no longer here, in auspicious body, you still have to take action for me. Kill all of the strange creatures, or else you won't be able to obtain the flesh body I left behind. Chu Feng used the domains, continuously carving. His traces were left behind in the various heavens. These were memories, as well as a type of incantation, almost like a curse. It was the domain's sacrificial power, something he had to accept himself. He couldn't forget the past, couldn't forget his original intentions. If his true spirit died, the heavens would resonate to remind him of the strange body he left behind. He didn't fear death. His true spirit would forever scatter, but he didn't fear it. He made the preparations to abandon everything. Even though he had long been doomed, he wouldn't stop here. His indistinct figure was reflected in all living things, mountains and rivers. They continuously released light cries, as if they were sending him off. His lonely rear figure was left behind in the bleak winds. He would never return. He was silent. With the spear on his back and the heavenly blade in hand, he walked forward with large steps, starting to approach the strange vile earth. It was because he sensed the restlessness of the strange races. The great ceremony was about to begin, and he definitely wouldn't allow a new primogenitor to appear. Woo! A mournful sound rang out from the plateau. Some kind of ceremony was about to begin. The great ceremony was about to begin. Chu Feng looked back one last time. He glanced at the lights of tens of thousands of homes, the resplendent world of mortals, and the flourishing world of mortals. He didn't look back anymore and resolutely swooped down toward the vile earth. On this day, a boundless fog pervaded the air and enveloped the heavens. All the races were terrified as if the end of the world had arrived. It made all the evolvers tremble from the bottom of their souls. But it was also on this day that a resplendent figure tore through the darkness of the heavens. He illuminated the ages and, accompanied by inextinguishable flames, killed his way into the vile earth alone. The strange fog was dispersed, and the darkness was torn apart. Who was that person? The evolvers of the world were shaken. They had never seen him before, didn't know his name, and didn't know his past. But everyone could see his determination. He pressed forward courageously as if he simply didn't want to come back. Linoi and Yao Yao sensed it. They shed tears continuously, but they didn't send him off because they knew what they had to do. In reality, when the people of the world saw that figure, Chu Feng had already killed his way into the vile earth. The world was but a remnant of flowing light he had left behind. In the depths of the vile earth, at the end of the plateau, the primogenitors had indeed revived. Today, they were going to carry out the great ceremony to make up for the number of 10 ancestors. The immortal emperor bowed, and the densely packed strange creatures knelt all over the plateau while chanting the primogenitors. Boom! Glaring light tore through time and space and broke through eternity. It collided at the end of the plateau, and a snow-white heavenly blade hacked down. The everlasting light was reflected in the blade. As expected, the third variable exists in this world. One of the primogenitors raised his head and stared at Chu Feng. Moreover, he also raised the huge sword dripping with blood in his hand and hacked toward the heavens. At this level, there was no sneak attack to speak of. With a single thought, the mountains and seas, the universe, and the starry sky were all in his heart. His perception was everywhere. The glaring blade light and sword light collided together. Chu Feng arrived with the might of the heavens. The densely packed domain symbols behind him reflected the past, present, and future as he attacked the end of the plateau. Under the shocked gazes of the strange races, Chu Feng's heavenly blade cleaved through time and space and cut off the future. It shattered the opponent's great sword and hacked that primogenitor in half. Blood splashed high into the air, and that primogenitor's entire body exploded. The other three primogenitors were deeply shaken. A latecomer had actually reached this step? All of them attacked immediately, wanting to kill Chu Feng. Boom! In the sky, countless densely packed domain symbols connected with the might of the world. They poured down in torrents with a crushing momentum. The brilliant light landed at the end of the plateau. Immediately, the world was turned upside down. This source of inauspiciousness exploded. The great earth cracked, and the ancestral land that was known to be eternal was pierced through. At the same time, the three primogenitors who attacked at the same time were also blasted apart by the domain symbols of the heavens. Strange blood splashed everywhere. The ancestral land that had never been torn apart was pierced for the first time by the boundless domains that used the heavens as a foundation. It broke into pieces and extended into the distance. Even the immortal emperors were alarmed. What kind of power was this? On the entire plateau and at the ends of the earth, countless strange creatures were affected. Many of them exploded and died with expressions of fear. The Tao ancestors, immortal emperors, as well as the remaining strange races trembled. They felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Someone had actually destroyed their ancestral land. Between the heavens, the mountains and rivers, the stars, the blue skies, every blade of grass, every tree, and every living thing was shining. Domain symbols appeared and surged towards the vile earth. At the same time, people also saw a vague silhouette. From beyond the world, from that strange source, a faint shadow was reflected in the heavens. Someone had entered the vile earth alone and was fighting. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to see it later on. Their strength was far from enough. The four great primogenitors roared. They were furious but also somewhat horrified. The plateau had almost been overturned by someone? The snow-white blade radiance flickered again. Chu Feng slaughtered his way over. The heavenly blade swept out as he attacked them alone. At the same time, the domain symbols behind him were endless. They were densely packed and continuously poured into the depths of the vile earth to destroy the entire plateau. Boom! Some of the primogenitors were hacked apart. Bloody light rushed into the heavens. Glaring domain symbols blossomed in the vile earth and exploded continuously. The entire plateau was blasted apart, smashed, and torn apart. Chu Feng's long hair scattered behind him as he fought crazily. The snow-white blade radiance accompanied the symbols as he hacked at the primogenitors. The diamond chakram was also colliding. The sounds of flesh being torn apart, the primogenitor's furious roars, and the miserable scene of Chu Feng's body being cut open played out continuously in the depths of the plateau. The plateau was collapsing. The immortal emperors, Tao ancestors, and the surviving strange races fled madly towards the outside of the vile earth, distancing themselves from the land of destruction. Finally, the symbols that filled the sky dimmed. The heavens couldn't provide an inexhaustible supply of power. If this continued, the heavens wouldn't exist anymore and would collapse. the depths of the vile earth calmed down. The plateau was in tatters and the earth had been chiseled through. It was a scene of ruin. 9 broken banners fell across the cracked earth. The 4 great primogenitors were covered in blood. They were sinister like malicious spirits as they stared fixedly ahead. There was a figure covered in blood, but his gaze was still intimidating. He erupted with boundless killing intent. He held the heavenly blade in his hand as he stared at the 4 of them. One of the primogenitors coldly said, "In the past we deduced everything. When the great net descended, all of the big fishes were killed. Not a single one could escape. Who would have thought that the 3rd variable was just a small fish that could freely enter and leave the crack? That year, he was far from being able to threaten us. Who would have thought that when we revived, you would have already grown up and taken the initiative to kill your way to our doorstep?" Back then, they killed the masked empress and thought that it was the 3rd individual. Now it seemed like everything was wrong. What a pity, coming here in this life is also throwing your life away. A primogenitor said coldly. Under their feet, the plateau was healing. A strange aura pervaded the air. A boundless mighty force was rising. The most terrifying thing was that in the crack behind them, 3 figures slowly walked out. They came out from the coffins underground. Chu Feng's heart sank at once. He recognized those 3 people. They were the 3 immortal emperors who had survived back then. After a long time, they had already become primogenitors. 7 figures stood in front of them, all of them carrying boundless, terrifying power. They locked onto Chu Feng, staring at him coldly. The minor ceremony back then was to fulfill the 3 of you. Chu Feng sighed, understanding everything all at once. The main thing was that his strength was still insufficient at that time, unable to keenly sense the terrifying changes in the vile earth. The primogenitor bestowed primordial matter before falling asleep. The 3 of them all had a chance to evolve successfully. And for safety's sake, they activated the minor ceremony to protect themselves. The so-called Great Ceremony and Minor Ceremony were originally all to sacrifice that person, and the plateau could also obtain a lot of life force from it. As for the primogenitors, immortal emperors, and the others, they didn't need these sacrifices in the past. At the end of the revival era, the 3 great immortal emperors made an exception for this, just to become primogenitors. Back then, completing the 10 emperors was nothing more than a pretense. What made Chu Feng's heart the heaviest was that the 3 of them all succeeded. Not one failed. Even though he had some premonition and was mentally prepared to a certain extent, it still made him sigh. In this life, he was alone and had to face the entire 7 great primogenitors. This was a hopeless situation. How could he kill all the enemies alone? How could he resist this plateau? This was a hopeless situation where he was destined to lose. It was too late, they came too late. Chu Feng was silent. But if he came here back then, he would be even more powerless. At that time, he was still merely an immortal emperor. After all, the 3 newly advanced primogenitors were already powerful immortal emperors many epochs ago. With the primordial matter in hand, they stepped into the realm of sacrificial Tao earlier than him. Moreover, there were still the 4 great primogenitors escorting them. And he had nothing. He could only rely on himself to reach this step. Today, he gave up his life and gave up everything. Was it also destined to be fruitless? But he wasn't afraid. The faith in his heart was still like an immortal flame soaring to the sky, illuminating the ages. His power, his fighting spirit, continuously rose, shaking the vast sky. The heaven and earth resonated. The worlds continuously cried out, as if they were sending him off. Wherever the long blade pointed, he pointed forward. He fearlessly walked forward, facing the 7 great primogenitors alone. Why must you do this? You won't be able to change anything. This is the same as sending yourself to death. Like a moth flying into a flame, you can only fall on the plateau. An ancestor coldly said. The past wise ones have all died in battle, not a single one left alive. Today I have also reached this domain, so how can I retreat? I can't even take a single step back. Even if I am not a match and am destined to die, I will still do my best to kill the enemies. Chu Feng's voice shook time and space, ringing through the heavens. He could die without fear. He hoped that in the distant future the latter would come. The past wise ones were like this, fearless, rising up generation after generation. They shed their hot blood, unyielding even in death, making the creatures of the plateau pay the greatest price. It is meaningless. Your blood will dye the plateau red. An ancestor said. Chu Feng didn't reply. Even if he died, he would still do his best to kill the primogenitors, doing everything he could to lessen the pressure of the later generations. He would do his best, he wouldn't retreat even half a step. I will pave the way for the later generations. Chu Feng roared, shaking the great thousand cosmos and boundless time and space. With some sorrow, he pressed forward with an indomitable will. He brandished the heavenly blade in his hand and attacked the 7 great primogenitors, alone. In the primal chaos, Linoi and Yao Yao heard his final roar. They couldn't help but tear up. They knew that they would never see Chu Feng again. This was a collision of blood and fire. Chu Feng's aura devoured the mountains and rivers, and his divine bravery was unstoppable. The heavenly blade streaked across the past, present, and future in a dazzling display. Some of the primogenitors were hacked to pieces. Rumble. At the same time, the 9 broken flags on the ground shone, illuminating the past and the present. They burned and drew in endless runes. The heavens shone, and a sea of domain runes poured down in torrents. The ancient underworld rumbled and extended through the reincarnation path into the vile earth, continuously tearing apart the plateau. Several primogenitors were affected, but they still rushed forward to kill him immediately. Chu Feng's body was covered in blood and had once been dismembered. But in the blink of an eye, he reappeared and used the 9 flags to stir up the entire plateau. He trapped the 5 primogenitors while he rapidly attacked 2 of them. The diamond chakram flew out, bringing with it a boundless domain to block one of the primogenitors. At the same time, Chu Feng shouted and attacked the other primogenitor with all his might. Through the heavens and the earth, end all enemies from past, present, and future. Chu Feng didn't hold anything back. He grasped this rare opportunity and used his most powerful method. With him at the center, special patterns ran through like lines of latitude and longitude. They extended to the past, interweaved into the future, and radiated toward the present. They were everywhere and affected all of space and time. They locked the primogenitor down and didn't give him the slightest chance to escape. Meanwhile, his own body was also covered in glaring patterns. He attacked over, the heavenly blade slashing into that primogenitor's body. His fist also smashed inside. That primogenitor disintegrated and reassembled, resplendent patterns all over his body. He was bound and locked down, resonating with the patterns on Chu Feng's body. Boom! He exploded again and again. Even though he wanted to reassemble his body and escape, those patterns were indestructible and locked him down from beginning to end. Gao Yuan's mighty force couldn't bring him away. Through the heavens and the earth, end all enemies from past, present, and future. Chu Feng's trump card was effective. Those patterns that were like latitude and longitude lines constricted the primogenitor's body, forcing their way into his soul light and striking into his source. This primogenitor collapsed again and again, getting killed continuously. Even though Gao Yuan's mighty force was there, he couldn't save him. Boom! Terrifying energy boiled. Then, he exploded. A primogenitor completely perished. Chu Feng's body also became much fainter. And right at this time, the other 6 primogenitors all rushed out and attacked him with all their might, wanting to kill him. There was no hope in the decisive battle. Chu Feng's body swayed. The long blade broke, the diamond chakram broke, and the 9 banners exploded into pieces. He took out the spear from his back and rushed forward once more. He did everything he could to kill the enemy, reducing the pressure for the future generations and opening up a path for them. Chapter 1674. Kill! Chu Feng's entire body was covered in runes, wrapping around him and carrying boundless power. He charged into the group of primogenitors with his spear in hand. At this moment, his blood was splattering and half of his body had collapsed. But he still picked up one person with his spear and nailed him in midair. He shook continuously and activated the domain runes, wanting to completely obliterate the opponent. However, the 6 great primogenitors were here, all attacking without holding back. All kinds of sacrificial light blasted onto Chu Feng's body, dyeing the plateau with his blood. This was an incomparably bitter battle. After Chu Feng shattered the primogenitor on the spear tip, he himself was also destroyed by the other 5 primogenitors, appearing in another direction. His body became faint. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that the enemies were too strong and there were just too many of them. The heavens resonate, the heavens sink, the netherworld resonate, the sacrificial sea pour in torrents, kill all the strange. Chu Feng roared, the runes on his body burning, activating the 9 great flags that had long since exploded into pieces. He used the patterns carved on them to guide the boundless domain runes to descend from the sky. The heavens shone, sending down the final burst of power. The heavens swayed, boundless power boiling over. There was also the ancient reincarnation path of the netherworld rumbling, the densely packed domain runes resonating with it. The most astonishing was the sacrificial sea. The blood-colored sea, those waves were all broken great worlds that had passed away. They poured down in torrents, turning into a world flood that smashed towards the end of the plateau. Boom! The boundless power shattered the plateau, especially the blood-colored sacrificial sea that drowned the ends of the vile earth. It also covered the few primogenitors, causing them to disappear from the impact. Through the heavens, through the earth, end all enemies of the past and present. Chu Feng used this chance to find a primogenitor and lock onto him. Boundless meridian lines interweaved and extended outwards, covering everything from ancient to modern. That locked primogenitor struggled, but he was bound by the resplendent patterns, tightening and being continuously obliterated. His foundation collapsed and his soul dried up. He couldn't escape. Until the end, with a puff, he was completely strangled. The plateau couldn't revive him. Chu Feng's figure became increasingly faint. He held his spear and rushed towards the end of the plateau that was being attacked by the blood-colored sacrificial sea and domain runes. He took out the time furnace and collected a portion of the primordial substance from the underground coffin. He had prepared himself for death. When his origin was about to be extinguished and he lost the ability to fight, he would bathe in the substance of the inauspicious origin, abandon his true self, and kill his enemies at the last moment before he became muddle-headed. Kill! The 5 great primogenitors who were still alive worked together to break through the domain symbols and charge out. They were seething with anger because no matter what, they had never expected this latecomer to be so troublesome. He actually used the heavens, the sacrificial sea, the heavens, and the underworld to form a domain. He smashed into the plateau and actually managed to shake it, bore through it, and used this opportunity to kill 2 great primogenitors. To them, this kind of loss and this kind of pain was unbearable. After such a long period of time, they once again experienced this kind of calamity. Boom! Chu Feng's body collapsed. He faced the 5 great ancestors alone, but in the end, he still couldn't stop them. Blood and bones flew everywhere. The moment his body reappeared, he grabbed his spear and rushed forward again. The conviction in his heart didn't change. He would do everything he could to kill the enemy, just to reduce the pressure on those who came after him. Crack! The spear in his hand broke. All the weapons he had refined were destroyed and fell to the ground. His fist shone and the patterns flickered. He blasted a primogenitor apart, but his own body was also blasted to pieces by the others. Rumble! At this moment, the bloody sacrificial sea suddenly flowed in reverse. All the domain patterns were sorted out and dispersed. The plateau rumbled and shook continuously. The dense cracks were healing, and the entire plateau became more and more majestic. It was reforming and rapidly becoming whole. At this time, the 5 great primogenitors were all shocked. They fell back and observed the strange changes on the plateau. Chu Feng's heart sank completely. The boundless domain symbols he had drawn from the heavens and the underworld had all disappeared, and even the sacrificial sea had flowed in reverse. The plateau became calm and no longer changed. It was just like before, as if nothing had happened. All the cracks on the plateau and the areas that had been dug through were as good as new. Chu Feng was silent. He wanted to kill all the enemies, but now that he was facing the 5 great primogenitors, his strength would eventually be exhausted. It was simply too difficult for him to enter the vile land alone. He felt that the entire plateau was filled with a terrifying aura that intimidated one's soul. Even if those who came later came here, the pressure would also be boundlessly great. At the last moment, he no longer hesitated. He wanted to try and see if he could bring away the 5 great primogenitors alone. He cut off all means of retreat and put his plan into action. Within the furnace of time, the primordial substance poured down and landed on Chu Feng's body. In a split second, he felt as if his soul was being torn apart and the pain was boundless. At the same time, his flesh was changing and his source was transforming. His soul was really about to split apart and undergo a strange transformation. His true spirit was about to be destroyed. From now on, he would no longer be himself. The pupils of the primogenitors constricted. No matter what, they had never thought that this resolute and unyielding latecomer would actually take this step. He actually took the initiative to come into contact with the primordial substance and use his body to feed the inauspicious. Then, they laughed and stared at Chu Feng. If he could transform and reach a higher realm, they would also be able to see how that path would be taken. Moreover, there were no exceptions. Those who were corroded by the primordial substance would all be classified as abnormal. They would all be of the same race and walk the same path. Boom! Fiery light surged between the symbols on the furnace of time, engulfing Chu Feng's soul. It helped him resist the final splitting and delayed the time of his death. His body was transforming, becoming extremely terrifying and powerful. The inauspicious power was expanding and surging violently. I don't want to fall. Chu Feng did everything he could to resonate with the symbols beyond this world. Those patterns engraved in the world all lit up, illuminating his figure. Moreover, a clear and grand voice could be heard. If there are those who come later, these were the words of the past, the words that shook the world when Celestial Emperor Huang and Celestial Emperor Yi died in battle. Chu Feng recorded them in the form of domain symbols and engraved them. He reproduced that voice and reminded his true body that had sunk into the vile earth not to be muddle-headed and to not fall. If there are those who come later, bear witness, hear, and see. Our final experience hangs on all things in the universe, engraved in the mountains, rivers, and stars, lingering over the endless ruins. There are chapters everywhere, everlasting and imperishable, just as you can see. Chu Feng's path was to explore everything in the world. All worlds, predecessors, be with me, Chu Feng roared. He maintained the last trace of clarity in the strange transformation and was about to take action against the 5 great primogenitors. No one could maintain a trace of clarity after being completely corroded by the primordial substance. This shocked the 5 great primogenitors, and at the same time, they felt their blood run cold. They decisively retreated and wanted to calmly wait for his complete transformation. Chu Feng took action with great difficulty. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to maintain the light in his heart and completely fall into darkness. At that time, he would no longer be himself, and would no longer have the opportunity to take action. Boom! Suddenly, the plateau shook violently and rumbled. A terrifying and bizarre light erupted and drowned out Chu Feng. He was powerless to attack. The primordial substance boiling within his body actually stopped temporarily and couldn't be used by him. A wisp of nether mist curled up and caused Chu Feng's efforts to fail at the last moment. In a daze, the primogenitors seemed to have experienced a nightmare. They had a feeling that if Chu Feng had taken action just now, some of them might have died. It seemed as if the trajectory of history had changed just now. It's a bit similar to when we woke up from a dream back then. One of the primogenitors spoke. His eyes flickered as he looked towards the end of the plateau where nether mist lingered. Do you really think you woke up from a dream? It was me who borrowed that person's power from the past to change everything. A voice came from the end of the plateau. This ancestral land, this vast plateau, it had its own consciousness. The 5 great primogenitors who were still alive were all shocked. They had never discovered such a thing after so many years. The primordial substance is bone ash that belongs to a creature. He used to live on this plateau and died here. His power scattered over this place and formed this plateau. It can continuously revive those related to him. You all absorbed the primordial substance and were recognized as a part of the plateau's power. That is why you can continuously revive. Nether mist drifted about. The entire plateau actually had a hazy consciousness. It wasn't a complete consciousness, but it could already express its intentions. Pung! Chu Feng did everything he could. The symbols around his body continuously exploded, and he could finally move. At the same time, his body burned fiercely. He had to abandon the primordial substance with great difficulty and take advantage of the fact that it wasn't boiling right now to expel it completely. The fiery light of the time furnace completely entered his body. It was because this plateau had a true consciousness. He couldn't use this kind of strange power anymore. He wanted to use his body to feed the inauspicious and control the evil, but he couldn't. Everything was seen through by that grand consciousness. At the same time, he didn't have time anymore. The self-destruction patterns engraved in his source shone and continuously blossomed. His life was going to end here. Boom! Chu Feng struck out the time furnace on his body. He brought out the rough stone millstone and blasted it at the plateau. At the same time, as his body disintegrated and his source burned, he roared, "Cross the heavens, weave the earth, end the past, present, and future." The patterns were densely packed and the lines of latitude and longitude interweaved. They ran through all space-time and were everywhere, illuminating the world resplendently. The light of all worlds swept away the nether mist and darkness. However, he didn't chant the last word in the end. The most powerful attack that belonged to Chu Feng swept out. The 5 great ancestors on the plateau were all pierced through and then collapsed. Blood and bones flew everywhere. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's source was exhausted. He couldn't fight against the 5 great ancestors alone. He couldn't even focus on one person. That was because at this time, the nether mist swept over and scattered the lines of latitude and longitude, landing on the 5 people's bodies. Even though the 5 great ancestors collapsed, they rapidly shone again. They reformed and stood on the plateau. Chu Feng's body exploded. The self-destruction domain within his source completely erupted and sent him away as light. In the primal chaos, Linoi and Yao Yao felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Even though they didn't see it with their own eyes, they realized what had happened. They felt endless grief and desolation. The plateau shook and the nether mist shook as if it was about to make a move. Meanwhile, the rough stone millstone on the ground suddenly burst forth. That was the activation of the last domain runes Chu Feng had left behind. It slightly obstructed the nether mist and allowed Chu Feng to disappear unhurriedly. The ground was in ruins. The millstone was shattered, the heavenly blade was broken, the spear was cracked, and the flag was shattered. Everything was in a state of desolation. In the end, the battle had ended. Chu Feng had exhausted all his strength in order to pave a way for his descendants. However, everything was unpredictable. The entire plateau had its own consciousness. He had done his best and died in battle in the vile land. The heavens trembled. Under the sunset glow and the blood-colored setting sun, the mountains and rivers resonated and all living things resonated. The domain left behind by Chu Feng was collapsing. His indistinct silhouette could be seen everywhere. He streaked across the firmament and illuminated the mountains and rivers of the world. In the end, those indistinct silhouettes also collapsed. In a daze, people vaguely heard his last intermittent voice, "Through the heavens, the earth, the end open for my descendants." People didn't know his name and didn't know his past. They only knew that there was such a person who had once charged into the vile land alone and met a tragic and stirring end. However, very soon, the memories regarding this person rapidly began to dissipate from people's hearts. All traces of him became indistinct, and he was no longer there. He had completely disappeared from the human world, from time and space, and from the entire ancient history. He had been obliterated. At this moment, the hearts of all creatures felt empty, as if they lost something. There was a type of indescribable sadness. However, in the blink of an eye, all of these emotions also disappeared, nothing left behind. There was no longer a Chu Feng in this world. No one could remember him. The night winds were extremely great. The sand of the world of mortals flew about, as well as the withered yellow leaves that filled the sky. It was especially bleak and bleak. The world became dusky. Did he die? Chu Feng was perplexed. After who knew how much time had passed, light flickered in the darkness, a voice ringing through the air. What kind of place was this? He couldn't sense the flow of time. There was nothingness and coldness, as if all of the world had reached its end, returning to its original state. In that instant, Chu Feng's perplexed mind became a bit clear-headed. It was because he saw two spheres of light. There were people inside, powerful life force nurturing within the deathly stillness. Embodiment transformation, transforming the endless ages. There will be a day when I will return. How can I watch as the world of mortals wither away? A clear voice sounded from within the sphere of light. Then Chu Feng saw a person. That was actually Huang. He struggled free from the sphere of light. I am a heavenly emperor, suppressing and killing all enemies. The world has become dim, the strangeness has yet to be quelled. How can my body be extinguished? Another figure appeared. This was Heavenly Emperor Yi, also stepping out from the sphere of light. Then Chu Feng saw himself. He was also within the sphere of light, powerful life force spreading. He didn't die? No, he really did die in battle. In that instant, Chu Feng understood. Right now, he was in a realm that exceeded the sacrificial Tao. This realm was incomparably special. In this place there was no concept of time. Those from endless ages stepped in, those from the present world stepped in, those from the future, all of them could be seen, all of them appearing at this moment. Chu Feng didn't die. On the sacrificial Tao, what was truly sacrificed wasn't only the Tao, there was also the path of evolution, as well as one's self. Everything became empty, everything returned to eternal silence. Then, one would revive from the nirvana, wait to live again, truly rise above everything. Of course, this was extremely difficult, there was no way the ancestors and others could succeed. It was because apart from one's body having to be powerful enough, one also had to have the corresponding will. Before the nirvana, if one hesitated, not having that type of lofty sentiments despite facing tens of millions of people, not having the courage to abandon everything, as well as the unshakable conviction that remained within one's heart, lacking a single type, even if one sacrificed everything, it would still only lead to death. Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi both died tragically in battle back then. In that battle, they pressed forward courageously. Even before the nirvana, they were still heroic and magnificent. Meanwhile, Chu Feng slaughtered his way into the vile earth alone, wishing to abandon himself to open up a path for those after him. These conditions were present, not lacking at all. In the end, he also stepped onto the sacrificial Tao. Even if there were Tao sacrificers who wanted to reach this realm, it wasn't something they could do just because they wanted to. Throughout history, no one had ever seen such a thing. In this place, the future could be seen, the past could be seen. It was as if only the three of them were standing on it. Upon closer inspection, there was a sphere of light at the border as well, just that it was extremely dim, within an eternal deathly stillness. That was the Empress. The only thing she lacked was that back then, she had only just stepped foot into the sacrificial Tao domain, her accumulations not deep enough. It was clear that if she was revived in the present world, there would be a day when she would step foot into this domain. After all, she already had experiences that could not be erased. In this special place, all great Tao were like water, a single thought able to evaporate them. Fate, natural luck, karma, heavenly Tao, and others, they were nothing more than the weakest bubbles. Before they could even reach out and touch them, they would collapse. There was no time here, no sense of space. It transcended the so-called eternal, Tao, great thousand worlds, all of space-time, beyond the cosmos, beyond primal chaos, omnipresent. From the past until now, and then into the future, they could all disappear with a single thought from the creature who stood in this domain. Wherever one looked, everything that had dried up could be reproduced. Even if countless years passed, this place would still seem to have been instantaneous. In a node, there was no concept of spacetime. Huang Yi and Chu Feng got up, about to return to the present world. They had previously died in battle, but after reaching their limits, they underwent a transformation, reviving in this unimaginable place, taking the final step that all Tao sacrificers yearned for even in their dreams. Rise up from the ashes. The three of them spoke at the same time. They took a step out, appearing in the skies above the plateau. Revive from nirvanic destruction. The three of them reappeared in this world, their voices shaking past and present, transmitting into the future, tearing apart the entire plateau. Hong. The plateau rumbled, dark mists pervading the air, sweeping towards the three of them. It was clear that this plateau had quality above that of sacrificial Tao. Even though its consciousness was hazy, not knowing how to fully utilize this type of power, it was now boiling, also extremely terrifying. In that instant, the three figures who towered in the sky, wherever their eyes landed, directly scattered the surging dark mists. However, the consciousness in the plateau didn't yield. It understood its own shortcomings. Even though it contained endless power, its fighting methods were too lacking. It was because it was nothing more than a vessel. In that instant, it was first the five ancestors who rushed into the heavens, and then the ancient coffin buried deep underground rushed up, revealing rotting corpses. The plateau, in the eyes of many people, was omnipotent. The number of ancestors it created had long exceeded 10, moreover immediately pouring in the great power that should have been stored under the plateau. Hong Long Glong. Those terrifying figures slaughtered their way over. Unfortunately, everything was futile, useless. A lightning pool appeared above Huang's head, the Huang sword on his back also reborn. The all-life source energy cauldron rose and fell above Ye's head. The diamond band on Chu Feng's wrist released a light sound, the heavenly blade in his hand reflecting the past, present, and future. The three of them didn't move. As their weapons released light sounds, all of the terrifying figures that rushed over collapsed, melting away. Even though they were on the plateau, there wasn't the slightest chance of revival. The three of them landed on the plateau. The instant they set foot here, the entire plateau collapsed, collapsing, the dark mists scattering. In the end, the primordial matter floated up, covered by the radiance released by the three of them, submerged, continuously refined, burned clean. Celestial Emperor Huang, Celestial Emperor Yi, and Chu Feng looked back. In a split second, all traces of those who had been erased from ancient history emerged. In the battle of the past, the deceased virtuous predecessors and heroic spirits reappeared in the world. A brilliant and resplendent world was revealed, its radiance resplendent. Finally, there was an ending, but there were some additions to the ending, involving the stone jar, the stone zither, that person, and so on. I'll put them in the revised external chapters. At the same time, I'm considering whether or not I should do as you all wish. Heavenly Emperor Huang, Celestial Emperor Yi, and Chu Feng have a great battle. The external chapters will still be free for everyone to read on the Qidian network. It's already very late, I'll write after I wake up. As for the new book, I'll see you on the 1st of May. There isn't much time left. I will prepare very seriously, writing an extremely brilliant new book for everyone. Chapter 1675. Compared to the original external chapter, most of it remained unchanged. Some parts were modified, and a portion of content was added. Under the gushing red sun, the mist curling around the woodland became multicolored. The air was very fresh, mixed with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Not far away, there was a large dao right bathed in the morning glow. The buildings that occupied an extremely large area were dyed in a faint golden color. There were mountain and river corridors, pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water, all of them arranged in picturesque disorder. This was Chu Feng's place of seclusion, suspended outside the world. Even though it was far away from the clamor of the mortal world, it wasn't completely cut off from the world. Many relatives and old friends lived here. In reality, they would travel to the mortal world from time to time to see the prosperity and brilliance of the great world, or to experience the hardships of the spirit extinction era. They had never left. Boom! In the depths of the Dao right, a large yak with glossy black fur stood indomitable. It revealed its true form, towering into the clouds like a great mountain. It erupted with astonishing energy as it did its morning exercise. If it was in the world, its level of power would have long since shattered the blue dome of heaven and pierced into the outer realm. However, there were no waves here. Even the ground didn't sway, and the entire manor didn't move in the slightest. Even when a dragon-like, silkworm-like vicious beast swooped down, together with the snow-white Qilin, variant desolate tiger interweaving with Dao patterns, as well as the battle macaque that returned to its ancestry joining in, exchanging pointers with that black barbaric bull, this place still didn't have a single crack. A gentle breeze blew over, and immortal lotuses bloomed in the sparkling and translucent lake. Multicolored light rushed into the heavens, and Dao patterns interweaved, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Chu Feng was busy in the medicinal field by the lakeside. He used a jade hoe to cut open the strange soil and personally planted a branch of Dao Comprehension tea, waiting for it to take root and sprout. Sir Chu, this tea tree of yours looks familiar. Did you steal it from Heavenly Emperor Ye's medicinal garden? A red-clothed young lady skipped over in a lively manner. Her large eyes were intelligent and crafty, and one could tell with a single glance that she wasn't someone who didn't make others worry. When Chu Feng heard this, his face immediately darkened. He corrected her. Heavenly Emperor Yi gave it to me himself. Also, Chu Shi, don't call me that. If your father finds out, he'll definitely give you a good spanking. The red-clothed girl, Chu Shi, was youthful and lively. She was not afraid at all. She walked over and hugged one of Chu Feng's arms, saying, "Don't let him know. Besides, you're so young. If I really call you ancestor every day, I'll feel lethargic and old." Encountering such a quirky descendant, Chu Feng didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he enjoyed it and tacitly allowed her to call him Master Chu. He really didn't like being called Old Ancestor. He was the same as he was in the past. He looked like a delicate and pretty young man. Time passed without a trace. At his level of strength, the river of time was nothing more than a beautiful scenery to him. The past, the present, and the future were all in the blink of an eye. No matter what, it wouldn't affect him at all. Now that he was in this situation, he was more willing to live a life of returning to simplicity, living in the fields, cultivating flowers and vines, and drinking a cup of light tea. Chu Feng gazed at the distant garden and vaguely saw a few graceful figures gathering immortal flowers and Dao fruits. They were preparing to personally brew wine. Even the people by his side, the women who had gone through the most difficult times with him, were far from this level of strength, but they were still eternally youthful and unaffected by the passage of time. Chu Feng had a total of 3 children. Many years had passed, but there were quite a few descendants. The quick-witted red-clothed girl in front of him, Chu Shi, was a descendant he was quite fond of. "Master Chu, let me tell you, my cousin Chu Xiao was beaten by someone. He's so miserable. His face is swollen like a pig's head." Chu Shi reported in a low voice. "Chu Shi, you're snitching again." A young man walked over. His face was bruised and swollen, and his battle clothes were in tatters. He was in an extremely sorry state. There were runes flickering on the scars on his face from time to time. This was the reason why the swelling couldn't go down for the time being. The opponent was very powerful, and the runes left behind hadn't been extinguished yet. He was actually beaten to this state. How rare. "Who did he fight with?" asked Chu Feng. In this tranquil little world, he had sealed off his perception that could see through the truth and essence of all things. If he already knew all the trajectories of the future before everything had happened, then he, who pursued a rural life, would lose the original joy and meaning of returning to simplicity. This was his choice. He wanted his life to return to its original state and approach the ordinary. He didn't want to stand in the domain where he knew everything and controlled everything. He was more willing to be a person of flesh and blood, living in the lights of the mortal world. "The Yi siblings attacked me." Chu Xiao stammered unnaturally. He had always been belligerent, but today, he was beaten to this state. He felt very humiliated. Chu Feng was surprised and said, "Aren't you on good terms with the younger sister?" Chu Shi said, "Isn't it because he's a womanizer?" He went to the desolate Heaven Emperor's family behind the Yi family's sister's back to get close to the other sister. Chu Feng immediately glared. "How could this be? No, I've been misunderstood. I've been wronged." Chu Xiao was furious and said with a wronged expression, "I went to deliver a letter for brother Chu Lin. He wanted to travel to the heavens with that sister. In the end, I was misunderstood by the younger sister of the Yi family. She called her brother and blocked my way. Moreover, this isn't the end. The younger sister of the Yi family said that she would call all her clan brothers to block my way once a day." Chu Xiao rubbed his swollen face, which was twitching. "Then you go and call people too. Call brother Chu Lin, sister Nua, and the others. You can also gather a group." Chu Shi only wanted to see the world in chaos and gave random suggestions. What made Chu Xiao sad and indignant was that Sir Chu, this old ancestor, was actually listening with great interest. His handsome face was full of smiles, and he was quite interested. What kind of person was this? Chu Xiao was speechless. Was Sir Chu's mentality too young, or was he too unscrupulous? He couldn't help but think of some of the legends he had heard when he traveled the world of mortals. Sir Chu seemed to have many elegant names in the past, such as Demon Chu, Fire Taoist Ancestor, and even more outrageous, like Human Trafficker? Even though Chu Feng usually sealed off his all-seeing perception, if someone dared to think about him and secretly criticize him, he would still be sensitive and know everything. He smiled, revealing his brilliant teeth, and then affectionately rubbed his descendant's face. As a result, his swollen cheeks directly became 3 times fatter. Chu Xiao immediately teared up and didn't dare to let his imagination run wild anymore. "You go and explain to the girl." In the end, Sir Chu was reliable and gave him advice. "No, I have to first defeat her clan brothers and then explain to her. Otherwise, not only will I die of injustice, but I will also lose too much face. Chu Xiao was indeed battle-hungry, and actually wanted to use this opportunity to exchange pointers with the other party. Then go and deal with it yourself. Chu Feng began to drive him away. Chu Xiao dawdled and wasn't willing to leave. He said, Sir Chu, why don't you create an even more powerful scripture and open up a brand new path of evolution? I will learn from the beginning to the end. Aren't there enough scriptures? Where are the scriptures from before? Have you all practiced to the end? At this point, Chu Feng scolded them and said, So many scriptures, where did they go? They were all taken away by that dog. At the mention of this, Chu Feng's face darkened. That dog's interest in scriptures was simply unbearable, and it had an incomparably serious collecting habit. In the end, it actually used stacks of scriptures to build a dog kennel. Didn't it want to practice, but to happily lie inside every day? We are also learning those scriptures, and have long since memorized them fluently, Chu Xiao said in a low voice. Just as they were talking about that dog, it appeared in the end. It could be seen that it had just crawled out of its kennel, and it faced the morning glow and yawned. The scriptures behind it automatically emitted Tao cries in the morning light, shining brightly. Splash. The dog emperor jumped directly into the lake, happily swam 2 laps, and then opened its mouth to collect one large, crystal-clear, and fat dragon carp after another before running away. This scourge, that's a new breed of dragon carp I just found in the chaotic river, and it immediately set its sights on it again. Chu Feng shook his head. Soon after, the dog emperor threw the dragon carp to Black Yak, Ouyang Delong, Mi Tian, and the others who had just finished their morning exercise, and had them roast it while it sat down and waited. Soon, the rotten corpse and Li Su also appeared, carrying a few rare birds in their hands, which were excellent ingredients for the all heavens. A bunch of scourges, Chu Feng added. The dog emperor had its own lair with Chu Feng, Heavenly Emperor Yi, and Heavenly Emperor Huang. Moreover, this late-stage scripture-collecting addict had built a nest of various scriptures. In fact, it was very willing to stay in Heavenly Emperor Ye's Tao arena. After all, most of the people of its era lived there. Even without beginning, and the great empress were there, and they all had their own immortal mountains and grand Tao palaces. However, it was a little afraid of the great empress and never dared to stay for long. As for Heavenly Emperor Huang's residence, it did not go there often, but it did not go there rarely either. Originally, the dog emperor did not dare to mess around there and always followed the rules, so it was not worried about being taught a lesson. However, there was one time when a descendant of Heavenly Emperor Huang scared it to death. It was a descendant that Huang liked very much, and he was very excited and curious. He asked about everything, whether it had a Tao companion or a descendant. Did it have a Taoist partner? Did it have any descendants? In the end, it even asked it mysteriously how the imperial dog milk produced by the clan was like. The dog emperor's face turned green. It did not look at the little bastard but instead stole a glance at Huang. Heavenly Emperor Huang ignored it, but the dog emperor seemed to have misunderstood. That day, the dog emperor ran away with its tail between its legs and did not dare to be a guest for a long time. Even the dog kennel there had been abandoned for a long time, and the supreme scripture it was built with was almost moldy. Therefore, it stayed at Chu Feng's side for the longest time, meeting and causing trouble here every day. Of course, it would occasionally drag Nine Daoi and Gu Qing with it to travel the mortal world. Chu Feng's place of seclusion, Heavenly Emperor Ye's Tao arena, and Heavenly Emperor Huang's immortal homeland were not far from each other. They were all floating outside the world, and the 3 Tao arenas were connected in a triangle, equidistant from each other. It could be said that it was very easy for them to meet. Even their disciples would gather from time to exchange pointers and travel the various realms together. In Heavenly Emperor Ye's Tao arena, apart from the 3 imperial palaces, there was also the Purple Moon Palace, the Miaoi Pure Land, and so on. However, the medicinal field occupied the largest area, and there were many strange plants planted there. They were all extremely precious and rare, and some were even unique. For example, the Tao Comprehension Tea. This ancient tree was brought from the mortal world by Heavenly Emperor Yi into the celestial realm, and then into the heavens. After many epochs, this tea tree had already evolved to the point where it could reach the heavens and reach the Tao. Therefore, this kind of tea was often used to entertain Heavenly Emperor Huang, Chufeng, and the others. The female empress and Without Beginning were also in this Tao arena. The Dog Emperor's nest in this Tao arena was built next to the medicinal field. When it lived here, it would look at the garden every day and drool, but it could not steal anything. When it wanted to steal an immortal peach, the Saint Emperor of the battle race would come out to chat with it, preach scriptures, and explain the Tao to it. It would torment it until it was exhausted, and in the end, it would escape without a trace. Moreover, there were some herbs in the medicinal field that it could not provoke. Some of them had already developed intelligence and evolved into human forms countless years ago. For example, there was a green lotus surrounded by chaotic air. Every time it saw the Dog Emperor wandering nearby, it would transform into the Lotus Emperor's fist seal, teaching it to be a good person and a good dog. The sound of the zither was melodious and pleasant, attracting phoenix dances. The white-robed divine king, Jiang Taishu, was sitting by the lake playing the zither, while Gai Jiyo was composing a song. A crazy old man was leisurely waving his fist seal in the sound of the zither, changing from the crazy and domineering attitude of the past to become incomparably reserved. However, when he saw the Dog Emperor pass by the medicinal field, the crazy old man's fist seal changed, becoming swift and fierce again. Howl! The Dog Emperor was inexplicably beaten up, and it kept howling, "I really did not go to pick herbs this time." However, the crazy old man did not reason with it. The huge fist seal pressed forward, and the Dog Emperor bared its teeth and screamed miserably, running away madly. With a boom, the immortal Emperor's light shot into the sky in the distance, shaking the outside world. Kai Yushing, Duanda, and the rotten corpse were in a state of madness, shouting, "I've become an emperor, I've finally become an immortal emperor." After so many years, he was almost possessed, and the day he broke through finally came. There were several people nearby who sneered, not taking this to heart. With a dong sound, the silver-haired lunar jade rabbit pulled out a massive radish from Huang's Tao right, smashing it out. With a quang dang sound, it landed on Chao Yushing's head. The Dog Emperor who had fled all the way here immediately released green light from its eyes, saliva about to flow out. It recognized that this was an authentic purple gold Tao ginseng. Without saying another word, it picked it up and ran. A cool breeze blew past, the fire mulberry tree forest rustling about. Huang Heavenly Emperor's Tao right seemed to be dyed in a layer of sunset glow, the lotus pond rippling about, purple energy even more so curling about in midair. There was the fire mulberry tree palace, clear ripple pure land, Yunshi palace, all of them surging with auspicious multicolored light, flowing with great Tao radiance. Huang's Tao right was the most vast, previously moving over an endless great wasteland. There was a stone village at the foot of the mountain, as if it was an immortal village. His Tao right's immortal medicines, Tao trees, and other things were his spoils of war, for example, the reincarnation path's 10,000 tribulations reincarnation lotus, the mysterious great Tao tree in the depths of vile earth. They were all refined away from the inauspicious, planted in the courtyard. In the medicine field, there was even more so an ancient immortal peach tree, its branches lush and leaves luxuriant. It was the past Pan King, the young Huang indebted to it. Now, it was invited by Huang to live in his Tao right, sometimes taking human form to clean up the medicine garden, sometimes looking for Huang to play chess. Right now, Heavenly Emperor Huang was currently playing chess with the exceptionally beautiful willow deity, ancestral Master Meng watching from the side, not saying anything. In the great wastelands the disturbance was great. The heavenly horned ant and crimson dragon were fighting a great battle, exchanging pointers every day. However, the great wastelands had been reinforced, and there was Heavenly Emperor Huang overseeing it. Even though the two fought incredibly intensely, not a single mountain top collapsed. 10 Crown King shook his head in the direction of those two boorish fellows. He was too lazy to take action. Emperor energy pervaded the air, currently discussing the Tao with the dual-pupiled individual. This was also a type of exchange and confrontation. There were many vicious beasts raised in the great wastelands, large amounts of beast milk produced every day. Of course, everyone could testify that this was for Stone Village's children to drink. All of Huang's children had to drink quite a bit of beast milk every morning. In Chu Feng's Tao Rite, apart from his place of seclusion, there were 2 imperial palaces with interweaving great Tao patterns. These were Yao Yao and Linoi's places of seclusion. They resided here for a long time, often discussing the Tao with each other. Chu Xiao returned with a bloody nose and swollen face again. Without a doubt, he was stopped by a group of Yi family youngsters who were fond of fighting. For the sake of helping their younger sister vent her anger, they let him experience a glorious one-on-one battle. This group of people felt sour and refreshed, being oppressed quite badly. Chu Shi muttered softly, giving him a fierce move, saying, "If I were you, I would directly go to Yi family to propose marriage, marry older sister Yi back, have them all become your elder brothers-in-law, solve all problems." Chu Xiao told her quietly that it was best if Chu family didn't go to Yi family to propose marriage in the short term. Chu Shi's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. There was definitely something going on here, so she quickly asked. Chu Xiao looked around and then said mysteriously, "Don't you know? Sir Chu seemed to have gone to Yi family to propose marriage. Quickly, tell me, who was involved?" Zhou Shi immediately became spirited and her eyes lit up. The gossipy fire in her heart burned fiercely. "Sir Yao Yao," Chu Xiao said cautiously. "Ah!" Zhou Shi immediately became excited and urged, "Quickly, what's the result?" It said that Yi Tiandi's face darkened at that time. He felt that smashing the myriad qi cauldron wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he borrowed the desolate sword to chop Sir Chu. After Chu Xiao finished speaking, he immediately felt a chill on the back of his neck. Zhou Shi was immediately excited. She wished she could be there at that time and said, "Damn, this is too explosive." How did Sir Chu react? Did he pull out the heaven blade or use his heaven warping and earth warping? Chu Xiao curled her lips and said, "What are you thinking about? How could Sir Chu retaliate? Don't forget his original intention. This is too regrettable. I really want to see them fight. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Chu Shi was sincerely regretful. She almost wrung her hands and sighed. Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. Then, they felt something was wrong. A chill ran down their backs and they quickly turned around. They didn't know when Chu Feng had appeared and was looking at them with a darkened face. "Choose yourself. Do you want to seclude yourself in the furnace of time for 500 years or dig a path in the ancient underworld for 800 years? Chu Feng looked at them. "No, we don't want to be burned to ashes, nor do we want to become wandering ghosts." The two wailed and were about to cry bitterly. Chu Feng revealed his white teeth and said, "I heard that many of you want me, Heavenly Emperor Huang, and Yi Tiandi to fight. Is this true?" "Yes." Zhou Shi immediately acted cute and blinked her big eyes continuously. "All right, find them all and I'll satisfy them. I'll tell you who's stronger between Chu Zhongli, Heavenly Emperor Huang, and Yi Tiandi." Chu Feng sighed and said, "There should be actual combat today. Otherwise, you'll always be thinking about it." Chu Zhao's blood immediately boiled when he heard this. Even Zhou Shi stopped acting cute and immediately called for people. Through these two's ferment, those who wanted to see the three great experts battle were quickly gathered together. Chu Feng's face twitched. It wasn't just the younger generation, even the Dog Emperor, Rotten Corpse, Heavenly Horned Ant, Nine Daos, Battle Sacred Ape, Gu Qing, Li Su, and the other old fellas were all moved when they heard the news. They all ran over to join in the fun, not fearing that things would get bigger. Pairs of eyes were just too fiery, all of them wishing to see Chu Feng immediately take action and fight against Yi Tiandi and Heavenly Emperor Huang. Chu Feng was extremely serious. He told them that those who believed that Huang was stronger should stand on one side, those who believed that Yi Tiandi was stronger should stand on the other side, and those who believed that Chu Feng was stronger should approach him. In that instant, 3 camps directly appeared. Chu Feng nodded. Then, he pointed out with his hand. A lightning pool appeared above Huang's camp, a myriad energy cauldron appeared above Yi Tiandi's camp, and a diamond chakram appeared above Chu's camp. All right, me, Heavenly Emperor Huang, and Yi Tiandi, who's weaker and who's stronger, it'll depend on your performance. After saying this, Chu Feng left with his hands behind his back. What was the meaning of this? Why did Chu Feng leave them here? Many people immediately felt that things weren't looking good. They felt their scalps go numb the moment they raised their heads to look at the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared within the lightning pool. In an instant, beams of light descended and hacked towards the people of Huang's camp. The myriad energy cauldron emitted source qi, and strands of it pressed down towards the people of Yi Tiandi's camp. The diamond chakram rotated and domain runes descended. They wrapped around the people of Chu Feng's camp like longitude and latitude lines. It wasn't the original bodies of the 3 weapons, but the lightning, source qi, and domain runes that swept down still caused the people of the 3 camps to scream miserably. They were under great pressure. The camp that lasts the longest will fall in the end. Naturally, that's the strongest. Chu Feng's voice came from afar. Everyone had the urge to vomit blood. They wanted to see Chu Feng, Heavenly Emperor Huang, and Yi Tiandi fight, but in the end, they took the initiative to face the calamity? For a moment, these people thought of Chu Feng's past, elegant titles. What else could they say? They could only curse silently. Some people never changed. What else could they say? If they cursed further and dug out Chu Feng's past, they would probably be in an even more miserable state if he sensed it. Of course, when the lightning, source qi, and domain runes poured down, some people disappeared, for example, 9 Dowie, Heavenly Horned Ant, Battle Sacred Ape, and others. They were all seniors, so Chu Feng couldn't be disrespectful. He invited them to have some tea. As for the Dog Emperor, even though he was putting on airs, Chu Feng didn't seem to hear him. Tell me the results after the battle ends. Chu Feng left leisurely. At night, Chu Feng returned to his residence after discussing the past and present in Yao Yao's imperial palace. He sat in front of the stone zither and his fingers moved across it. The pleasant tinkling sounds could be heard, but he immediately sensed something abnormal. Cold lightning flashed through his eyes. However, he didn't sense anyone approaching. Even though he sealed his perception of the past, present, and future, as soon as there were changes, he should still be able to instantly grasp everything. His eyes moved about. Outside of the withered great thousand cosmos and chaos, his gaze could recover everything. The past, present, and future had no secrets to speak of before him. However, something strange happened today. That indescribable feeling immediately disappeared after he stopped playing the zither. Was that also a creature above the sacrificial Tao? However, if there really was a creature that stepped on the sacrificial Tao, there was no way he wouldn't know. It was as if he was sitting across from him. This was a domain where he could see all of his peers with a single glance. In the various worlds and high heavens, the only ones who could come here to visit friends were Luo, the Darkness Immortal Emperor, and a few others. However, they didn't stand on the sacrificial Tao. Chu Feng released his perception. He no longer sealed himself and entered the sacrificial sea. He directly disappeared from his original location. He followed a strange feeling and chased after them. He crossed high heavens and entered the sacrificial sea. It was unknown how many years the immortal emperor had to travel. They were separated by endless cosmos, yet he arrived in an instant. He stood on the boundless waves and gazed at the place where the immortal emperor was sacrificed. Then, he appeared on the massive black altar in the depths of the sacrificial sea. Huang and Yi also appeared. It was clear that they both sensed something strange, so they both came. This matter was naturally not simple. It involved the individual that the strange ancestor sacrificed, making Chu Feng, Huang, and Yi all become serious. In the past, with their ability to grasp all truths, trace all secrets from past to present and future, when they searched for the individual who sacrificed the strange race, they discovered that there was nothing there, no traces at all. This was extremely strange. Today there was a strange reaction. They all appeared here, attaching great importance to this matter. The black altar looked especially gloomy under the ice-cold night sky. There was blood on its surface, but it had long dried up, becoming black traces. Even though there had always been a legend that once one stepped on this altar, they would become the sacrifice themselves, not even immortal emperors able to return, their blood splashing across the altar, all of this was meaningless for the three of them. But all of this was meaningless to the three of them. There was nothing in this world that could threaten them. Suddenly, they reversed history and saw something different. At the limits of the extremely distant past, there was a small courtyard on a plateau, accompanied by a lake. There was a lotus growing in the lake, releasing a sweet fragrance. As time went on, it underwent changes, becoming the reincarnation lotus of 10,000 tribulations. It was originally an ordinary lotus, but after being transformed by a person, it actually underwent a transformation that exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Chu Feng, Huang, and Yi all frowned. It wasn't that they didn't trace the reincarnation lotus of 10,000 tribulations, but they only saw it? During its transformation, it didn't see that person. Only today did they make this discovery. That person turned around and entered the small courtyard, coughing, as if there was something wrong with his body? At this level, there was actually still something wrong. It was a bit inconceivable. In the courtyard, there was a rough stone millstone plate that looked like an ordinary farmer's practical object. Chu Feng recognized with a single glance that this was the rough stone millstone plate from Radiant City of Death. The person in the courtyard sat there, currently playing a zither, a stone zither. The ding-dong music couldn't hide his exhaustion. His face was pale, carrying a sickly appearance. He should have been extremely refined, but right now, he seemed to lack vitality. The most important thing was that this person's face was quite similar to Chu Feng, Huang, and Yi. The three Sky Emperors' appearances were a bit similar. This already aroused suspicion. Now there was one more person. At his side was a stove used to boil tea. It was similarly a practical object, a time furnace. There was a flower in the courtyard. After it withered, it turned into a seed, and then it began to grow again. The pale-faced, scholarly man played the zither and admired the flower. He was originally leisurely and contented, but his body's condition deteriorated with each passing day. He continuously frowned. Chu Feng was greatly moved. It was previously just an ornamental flower, but now it actually became the seed of the flower pollen path. It was clear that back then, that flower was also unordinary, deeply loved by the man. He planted it in the courtyard to admire it. In the end, everything changed. Black blood flowed out from the man's mouth and nose, gray mist curling about his body. His body became worse and worse, continuously coughing. In the end, he actually rotted, all types of problems on his body erupting. Until one day, he released a sigh, weakly saying to himself, Will I still return? Next, he went out, refining bronze on the plateau, chiseling out a stone jar. Then, he burned himself, and his ashes fell into the jar, entering the three-layered bronze coffin, buried under the plateau. Until one day, the plateau collapsed, and the bronze coffin was exposed on the surface. As the terrain changed, the coffin lid opened, and the ashes in the stone jar scattered out. Then, after endless years, outsiders finally appeared here, as if they knew there was danger, hiding in a sealed coffin. However, they were still corroded, contaminated by the ashes on the plateau, and strange transformations took place. They all went crazy, shattering the reincarnation lotus of 10,000 tribulations, causing it to die for countless eras. They also shook the great earth, and the objects in the small courtyard flew in all directions. There really was such a person. Chu Feng sighed. Only, why couldn't they trace it back to the past? Only today, when he stood here, did he see the events of the past in the long river of time. At this time, on that ice-cold black altar, a figure suddenly appeared. It was very indistinct, and its voice was hoarse, as if a malicious spirit was whispering, "You all came. Are you the creature sacrificed by the strange races, also the one they are afraid of, the one they have to find no matter what?" Yi Tiandi calmly asked. "I have no malice," that shadow said in a low voice. However, after a wave of fluctuations that made even immortal emperors' hearts palpitate, thick red hair suddenly grew on his body. The whites of his eyes appeared like those of a dead fish, and black blood began to flow from his mouth, nose, and eyes. His head of hair began to wither yellow, and gray mist pervaded the air around his body. His entire being emitted the most powerful strange aura, extremely terrifying. Hair grew on his body, and black blood flowed out, yet he still said he had no malice? This was the true source of the strange power. Chu Feng stared at him coldly. If he wanted to take action, then he would fight. "Little friend, you all have misunderstood. This isn't what I want, but rather my original body was like this before. My illness was beyond cure, and in the end, I burned myself, and from then on, all ages became nothing. However, I don't know when it started, but from time to time I was sacrificed by others. Until today, I gradually gathered a shadow. Then, he became faint again, only leaving behind a black shadow that wore tattered feathered clothes, standing there." "Who exactly are you?" Heavenly Emperor Huang asked about his origins and roots. "Before, I was an expanse of nothingness with few memories. After me, it is your world, just like what you all have seen and experienced. Someone sacrificed themselves, and I condensed from the unseen nothingness." He actually said these words. In the depths of the vile earth, the great primogenitors of the strange races, their power all originated from the various inauspicious symptoms on your body? "Should be." The shadow nodded. Just now, the black blood flowing from the shadow's body and dripping pus were all types of injuries. They were actually the various sources of the inauspicious power? This was truly astonishing. "You are also the owner of the bronze coffin. Back then, you were buried inside?" Chu Feng asked again. "Yes, my blurry primordial memories reminded me. Back then, my illness was beyond cure, and I had no choice but to burn myself. My ashes were placed in a stone jar, placed in a 3-layered bronze coffin, and buried in the highlands." The shadow nodded. This was his limited understanding of his own origins. Chu Feng stared fixedly. This was indeed the person they had traced back to the end of time, his origins a bit unfathomable. The 3 heavenly emperors were a bit silent. The strange creatures, the source of the inauspicious power, the terrifying highlands, everything originated from this person. If what they saw in the ancient history wasn't false, this person really couldn't be blamed. Moreover, he didn't even know who he was, and his ashes were scattered out by accident. "I have long grown weary of the present world, and I bear no malice towards you all. Fine, the reason I called you all here is to ask you all to help me set me free." Chu Feng sighed. He suddenly felt that this person was quite pitiful. He didn't know about the past, but when he thought about it, he didn't have any reluctance to part with it, only wanting to be completely set free. "Do you not have any memories of your past?" Chu Feng asked again. An expanse of nothingness. The shadow shook his head. Right now, he didn't have anything else to ask for, only wishing for ashes to ashes, earth to earth. I might not necessarily be able to return to where I came from, but I should have died a long time ago, and shouldn't have existed. The shadow requested them to take action again. Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Emperor Yi, and Chu Feng were all silent. In the past, they had already deduced that the three of them had similar appearances, and that they were all somewhat related to the Copper Coffin Master. It was because they had all accompanied the copper coffin and stone jar for a long time, a mysterious power had imperceptibly influenced their five senses. When they met today, it was indeed like this. Senior, regarding the past, you don't even remember a single bit? Chu Feng really wanted to know about his past, saying, for example, reincarnation. I had previously discovered that the remnant power might be related to you. The underworld reincarnation path, it seems to be the path I walk. The shadow thought hard for a long time before saying these words. As for whether it was before the outbreak or the path he walked during the outbreak, he couldn't restore it. Why did you end up in this state? In the eyes of the three heavenly emperors, this was simply inconceivable. Above the sacrificial Tao, who could still injure him? What kind of power could corrode him? The three of them all frowned. The shadow was only a remnant. Who was that person when he was alive? Where did he come from? He was clearly incredibly powerful, yet he was actually beyond cure. As for his origins, as well as his past, there was no way to investigate. Before today, no traces of his true body could be found even if one searched through ancient history. During the endless years, I have also been asking myself who I am, but I don't have any memories, unable to recall the past. After all, I am only a blurry shadow. However, my fragmented speculations might be useful to you all, the shadow said calmly. The black figure spoke calmly. Perhaps he had sacrificed the past, present, future, and himself on the Tao of sacrifice. Perhaps I wanted too much, or perhaps I didn't want anything, wishing to abandon everything. Unfortunately, I forgot everything. With the last bit of my hazy perception, I seemed to have gone from nothing to something, and then from something to nothing, and then to something again, changing back and forth. I am sick. After saying these things, he no longer spoke, asking the three of them to help him leave this world. Senior, please go. In the end, the three of them chose to take action. Under the resplendent radiance, that shadow was submerged, burning fiercely. All of the strange matter was ignited. From ancient times until now, no one could resist the joint attack of the three great heavenly emperors. Even the matter that was the source of the so-called inauspicious power was turned into ashes, purified, and thoroughly annihilated. The shadow became indistinct and dissipated, never to be seen again. The three great heavenly emperors traced back. Regardless of whether it was the past, present, or future, there was no trace of the shadow. They also couldn't see his true predecessor, an expanse of nothingness. Next, do I have to write an acceptance speech again? How vexing, I actually have to write an acceptance speech twice. Gather again on the 1st of May. Chapter 1676. My original plan was that the second ending of The Holy Ground would end in a few days, but once I started writing, I was so excited that I wrote for more than 20 days straight. In fact, I was already mentally prepared before I started writing. The biggest possibility was that it would be strenuous and unrewarding, but since I was going to write, I didn't care so much. I just had to do my best. Beyond my expectations, there were many good reviews. During the serialization of the second ending, most readers were very satisfied with these chapters. Some felt that it was very exciting, and some were moved to tears because of the end of the characters in the book. They resonated with each other. Alright, I won't praise myself anymore. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the final result was good. It was very satisfying. As for Chu Feng, Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Emperor Yi, the Empress, and the others, even if I was reluctant to part with them, everything should come to an end. Those people and the story had reached their corresponding positions. This is the second time I've given my thoughts, so I won't write any more. The release date of the new book on May 1st is very close. In the next few days, I want to clear my mind of all thoughts about the holy ground and start preparing for the new book after a short rest. The new book will be released on Qidian on May 1st. It must be exciting. In addition, the Perfect World anime will be exclusively broadcast on Tencent Video on April 23rd. Those people with flesh and blood in the book will come out of the book in three-dimensional form to meet everyone. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 1677. From the tomb of the god of sin, the world of immortals, shrouding the heavens, the perfect world, the holy ground, and all the way to the new book, there are indeed many feelings, but I won't talk about these. Today's main character is my new book, Deep Space Permitha. It has officially begun. I feel that the mysteries of the universe, the unknown at the end of the deep space, etc., are the most easy to attract people's imagination, but there are too many things to write, so this book was created. You can read the introduction in the new book section, so I won't post it here. I hope this new book can bring everyone enjoyment in reading, gradually unveiling an infinitely wonderful new world for you. There will be many new elements in this book. Of course, it is impossible to throw them all out at once. As the story develops to a corresponding level, it will suddenly make your eyes light up. I think this is interesting. Well, Deep Space Permitha has begun. Please come and read it. I will carefully read each of your comments, and sometimes I will also discuss it. Come on, the new book will be released on Qidian Chinese Network. Holy Ground, my new book, Deep Space Permitha, has been uploaded. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.